and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Yes guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. My name is Desmond Bredo. So today I'll give you a little tour into my personal life. So I've been saving for quite some time and I have 10 ways that I save more money on a monthly basis. So today I'll be sharing with you those 10 things that you can also do to also save more money on a monthly basis. But before I go into the video, if you're new here, please don't forget to click on the subscribe button and turn on notifications so that you don't miss anything that I post on this channel. Don't forget to also give this video a thumbs up if you enjoy it. Let's go straight into the video. So the very first thing that I do to save more money on a monthly basis is to budget. Now, I know how much I'm getting on a monthly basis, so I also need to plan for that money, and that's where budgeting comes in. If you want to know more about budgeting, I'll leave a video here that you can click on it to budget, and also leave an Excel sheet that I did that you can also use the format to also budget. But to make this more practical, what you can do is you can use the envelope budgeting style. So what that is you can get as many envelopes as you want, let's say 5 or 10. Then you label it according to your expenses that you've written down. Let's say clothing, envelope 1. Let's say makeup, envelope 2. Let's say your groceries, envelope 3. So what that does is, if you have allocated let's say 100 cedis to your groceries, you put that money in the envelope. So once you're going out to buy groceries, you can just take that particular money and go and use it. So once you see that the money keeps dropping, then it can give you a mental picture of where you need to cut it down. So if, for example, you budgeted 100 cedis for hangout, and the very first week, take 50 cedis out. The next week, if you're going, there 50 cedis left in the envelope. So you know that that's my allocation for my hangout left for the month. So it gives you a mental picture of where your money is going and what you have done with your money. So it helps you track your expenses as well. So you try the envelope budgeting style as well. Now the second thing that I do is to make savings automatic. What do I mean? So I have a standing order on my account. So a standing order is simply an instruction to your bank to move a certain amount of money from your bank account to, let's say, an investment account at a specified period. So one thing that I do is, once I'm paid, my standing order hits the same day that I'm paid. So once I get my salary, everything, or not everything, but my allocation for my investment goes away. So in my mind, I don't even have that money in the first place because that money has been taken away into my investment account. Try that too, and to help you save a lot once you make savings and investment automatic. Now the third thing that you need to do to save more money is to have an accountability buddy. Now I have a friend that I consult if I want to make some expenditures. I ask the person, okay, what do you think about it? What do you think about this? So that helps you to make or get a second opinion about the things you want to buy or the things you want to get. Now, if you have that person that you trust, you can do that, and to help you get a second opinion and to help you make better decisions. Get an accountability buddy. If you don't have one, you can hit me up. I'll be your accountability buddy for a week, just for a month. Now, the fourth thing that you can do to save more money is to remove your card details from the online shopping portals. Now, one thing I've realized is if you have to type your card details every time you buy something new, it sometimes becomes a roadblock for you. So it becomes like tedious. You need to type in this card details every time you want to withdraw or you want to buy something online. Just put your card details in those very few websites. The more you have your card save online, the more the temptation for you to spend, because it's easy for you to just click on pay, then your money is gone. So start removing the card details that you have online and help you save more money. Now the fifth thing that you can do to save more money is to write your shopping list down. Now it will amaze you how many people don't go out or go to shop without having a shopping list. I used to do that a lot, but now anytime I go out to buy anything, I have a shopping list that I go according to. So if I know that I don't need this, I don't buy it. Trust me, to save you a lot of money. If you also anytime you want to go and buy stuff, put the list down, and if possible, go with cash. Don't go with card. Because once you go with your Visa card and you know that, okay, once I buy it, I can even have the money to pay for it, you will end up buying more than you actually need. So sometimes go with cash and to save you a lot of money consistently. Now that will really lead into my sixth point, saying that you need to also cut down on your food expenditures or your hangout expenditures. Especially for us, the youth, we end up staying out so much or going out so many times, and we spend so much on our food, on hangouts and places like that. Start cutting down on all of those things, and trust me, you save a lot of money on a consistent basis. Now the seventh point, which is it's what I do, is I save on fuel cost. How do I do this? I go to work early and I come back late, so I miss out on a lot of traffic, so I end up saving fuel cost. You can also do that if you have your own car. That will also help you out. Go early, avoid the traffic, come back late if you can, if your neighborhood is safe, and you can also save a lot of money. Now the eighth thing that you can do is to invest in quality. Now anything that you want to buy, get quality. Now if you choose quantity over quality, you might end up having to buy the thing multiple times in your clothing, in your gadgets, in your accessories, everything. Just buy quality stuff. And once you buy, you don't have to spend money in replacements and repairs and stuff like that. It will save you so much money if you buy quality. Now the ninth thing that you need to do, which I call the rule stuff, or the ninth and 10 will be more of rules. Now the ninth rule will be have a 10-second rule, or a 24-hour rule, or a 30-day rule. Let me break it down. Now if you want to buy something, let's say you go to the shopping center and you want to buy something, when you pick it up, have a 10-second and think about it. Do I really need this thing? If not, put it back down. Now for 24 hours, if you have maybe a medium decision I need to take, expenditure I need to take, sleep over it. So if after 24 hours the thing is still pressing for you, they know they can actually go for it because it's a need that you want. 30-day period just says that wait on the item for 30 days. If you can, then if it's still pressing after 30 days, they know that you actually need it. But you can also decide to do a 2-week rule instead of 30 days. You can do 14 days or 21 days. But I recommend a 30-day period for you. Now the final point that I want to leave with you is to have designated days or particular weeks that you said, okay, this week I'm not buying anything, so expenditure freezes for a particular week or a particular day. Trust me, I do this sometimes. I'm like, okay, this week I'm not buying anything that I don't need, or I'm not even buying anything at all. Then I know that, okay, this week I'm saving money. And trust me, if you do this constantly, you might see that some little adjustment that you make in your lifestyle help you save so much money down the line. So that's it, guys. 10 ways that you can also save more money that I do, that I think it can also help you to save more money on a consistent basis. If you found this video informative, please don't forget to click on the like button. Subscribe if you are new here so you don't also miss anything that I post on this channel by turning on the notifications. And also don't forget to comment below on what you also do to save more money on a consistent basis. I'm happy to hear and learn from you so that we can also together grow and enjoy the financial independence that we all seek. Thank you so much for your support, and I'll see you soon. Vamos.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. So today is the 12th of October 2021, and since last week I've been getting a lot of questions on that I want to come to Ghana, and so I'm fully aware that a lot of you have plans of coming to Ghana this December for Christmas, because Ghana is now the hub of Christmas party, Christmas destination, and so a lot of you, I'm sure you are planning your trip here. So you may want to watch this video before preparing to come to Ghana this Christmas. So let's go right into the video.
You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go.
So this is going to be me driving to work while having a conversation with you. So if you see me looking straight, just know I'm concentrating on the road. So yeah, so before coming to Ghana, you need to be fully aware of our COVID protocols before coming to Ghana. And so you need to take your COVID test 3 days before the trip, and also be ready to also pay $50 if you're a Ghanaian when you arrive in Ghana for COVID test, and $150 if you are not a Ghanaian, if you are not a Ghanaian passport holder. Once you get into the country, Ghana, you have to be you have to know that there's going to be a long queue because of the COVID protocol. So you need to be patient with us. So after the COVID test, if you are positive, you will be quarantined for some days under your cost. It will be your own cost. So before leaving the airport, you need some information of where you are staying. So if you don't have anywhere to stay, you can book an Airbnb. You can also book a hotel, guest house, lodges. Guest house and lodges are a little below hotels, so that's like a 2-star, 1-star kind of accommodation. And so you need to know your address of where you're staying, because they will need that at the airport before you set off. Once you arrive in Ghana, you can opt for, if you don't have a family member picking you, you can opt for Uber, Bolt, Yango, which are apps that we use. They are transportation apps you can use. There's also the airport taxis that you can also use. I will encourage you to use only the airport taxis, not the regular taxis you see around. So if for safety reasons, just download Uber, Bolt or Yango. Those are the apps you can use. And also note that Ghana is still cash. It's still a cash country, so you would want to have physical cash on you. You can have like dollars, come and change it. You can change just a little at the airport. That is if you need to pay for your Uber. Uber also takes card, but I mean there are certain times your card might fail you, so you want to have physical cash on you. In terms of hospitality of Ghanaians, just know that Ghana is a very safe country. You can come here and feel free to walk about, do anything you want. You can wear skimpy clothes and no one would like question you. The only thing is people are going to watch. And so in terms of safety, Ghana is very, very safe. And I mean, amidst the fact that you need to be very careful with your surroundings, Ghanaians are nice people. You will notice right from the airport to sitting in the public transport to sitting in the Uber. Ghanaians are nice people. They like to engage you in a conversation. And if you come to Ghana and you need any information, just ask any local. I mean, be careful who you ask, but obviously make sure you ask questions, because that's the only way you won't get lost. You'll be comfortable with things. What to expect in December when you come? Currently we're in October, but it's kind of raining. I don't know why it's raining today. We are not in the rainy season, but it's been raining. But expect that the weather is going to be a little colder during December. Not too cold. Like when I say cold, so we usually have Hamatan during the December period, and Hamatan is a little dry and a little foggy. So if you live in like let's say Ebri, in the eastern region, you tend to see a lot of fog around because of the weather, and it's a little dry, it's a little cloudy, a little. So yeah, that's the nature of the weather during the the festive season. When you come, you can use in terms of transportation, we have Chotro. That's the bus. It's locally called Chotro. You can use regular taxis. You can use Uber, Yango, Bolt. You can also use motorbikes. But I would not recommend motorbikes for you as a foreigner coming to the country. If you know your way about, you can use motorbikes. Motorbikes because you want to get to your destination quickly. And can you note that because December we have a lot of people coming into our country, there's traffic, and so you'd want to leave the house very early in the morning or leave the house at specific times. So usually what I have noticed during December period is when you have stuff to do in town, leave very early from 6, 7, 8. After 8, that's like rush hour. People are going here and there, so then there is a little bit of traffic at a time. Then during the day after lunch, that's 12. After 2, 3, 4, the traffic is also okay. There's no traffic. Then rush hour again after 5, 6, 7 is also a time that you'll be seeing a lot of traffic. And so if you want to avoid being stuck in traffic, then you need to leave the house early and come back as early as possible. So yeah, that's the situation with what happens in December during I mean Christmas. Everybody owns a car. Like automatically you see everybody having a car in Christmas, like so yeah, basically that's it in terms of traffic. Also with the traffic bit, so you would want to stay somewhere not too far from the airport, so because almost everything happens around Osu, Cantonment, East Legon, neighboring areas like Asaliboche, airport itself, airport residential, Jowulu. So if you want to avoid this traffic, you want to probably stay around those vicinities so you don't get stuck like someone who stays at, let's say, Kaswa. Kaswa is a little out of town, and so you would possibly be in traffic if you live far. So you'd want to choose these areas closer to the airport so that you wouldn't be stuck in traffic. And so nightlife in Ghana is epic during Christmas. In fact, during the whole of December, nightlife is like the must do thing. So while you are here, you want to take opportunity to go to Osu. There are a lot of restaurants. If you want me to recommend a lot of restaurants and pubs for you, let me know in the comment section. I can do another video for that. And so you want to take opportunity to visit all these places and experience Ghana life. And also let's talk about food. Food is part of our culture. So while you are here, you want to try our local food. You want to try wache, you want to try banku fish and okro, you want to try fufu with soup, you want to try beans and plantain. I know a lot of you, especially the diaspora, people from the diaspora, like kelewele. It's locally called kelewele. That's fried plantain with spices. And also note that we like pepper. So if you want your food mild, you could just request and tell them that, oh, you don't want a lot of pepper, because we Ghanaians, in fact we West Africans, we like pepper. So most of our food are like very spicy. And so you would also want to try our local snacks, plantain chips, cocoyam chips. You want to try what's it called, asana. Asana is made of asana is made of, oh, I mean the food you will really have to try it. I also have a video on cost of food on my YouTube channel. I'll share the link here. So if you want an in-depth details of how much food costs, I think you should go watch this video. And so yeah, in terms of food is relative. If you want local foods, I mean, in your area, in your vicinity, you will definitely find a local food, local beverage, like for breakfast, lunch. So you should try our local food. Please try our local food before you leave the country. You can download Sendwave, Remit. There are other apps you can download so you could transfer money from your account to probably mobile money. When you come, try and get a local SIM card. You can get MTN, Vodafone, Airtel, Tigo. Yes, so any of these brands are actually good. So you can transfer money from you register the SIM with your passport, because yeah, with an ID card, but preferably your passport if you are not a Ghanaian. Then you can have mobile money. Mobile money is used, like mobile money is just like an app that's, it's not really an app. Mobile money is like money on your phone, so you can transfer money from your account right to mobile money. So if you're going to be here for a very long time, I encourage you to register your SIM card, get mobile money, and so if you don't have cash on you, you can use mobile money to pay any services, like anything. You can pay anything. Most people take mobile money. Even in the marketplace now, people take mobile money. So you don't want to find yourself stranded. You should get mobile money. Yeah, mobile money. Both Vodafone, MTN, any social, any network, any network of your choice actually. So these are some of the items I think you should also remember to pack before coming. Number one is sunscreen, because it gets very hot here in Ghana, especially in Accra. You should also carry your allergic medication. That's if you're allergic to anything, those cetirizine and all the allergic drugs that you take. Make sure, don't forget to take them, and also buy a mosquito repellent before coming here, or your malaria drugs, because we have mosquitoes here, so you don't want to leave Ghana with malaria. So you'd also want to carry this. These are the major things. The others are things you can easily get here. So while in Ghana, try and visit at least some of our tourist destination places. I mean, you all know I'm into travel. I like to see new places, and so while here, take opportunity to see something new. At least, let's say the Cape Coast Castle, Kakum National Park. And then if you're going to stay here for a long time and you want to go to the north, December is the perfect time to see the Mole National Park, where you can see the elephants, you can see the deers, you can see the wildlife, monkeys. It's the perfect time to see because the weather is clear, and it's also the perfect time to see hippopotamus at Wentral Hippopotamus Sanctuary, which I will be seeing myself. And so yeah, I'm looking forward to that, because December is the dry season there at the north, and so you get to see the animals very well. And so that's it. And you also want to see the waterfalls. You want to see Blue Waterfalls. You also want to see Kintampo Waterfalls. You also want to go to Cape 3 Point, the western region that has the best view of the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. You also want to go to Axim, have a good time. There are a lot of resorts. You can go through my channel. I've visited a lot of resorts, so you want to find yourself in one cool, calm, serene resorts. Enjoy your time. While in Ghana, you want to make your experience an exciting one and good experience, and so you want to take opportunity to visit all these tourist attraction places. I mean, there are a lot of other options. Or visit my channel. I have a whole list. If you also want me to also do a breakdown of where you must see, let me know in the comment section, and I'll definitely do that for you. And so try and make it an exciting one while here, make a new friend, speak to a local. And it's easy to speak to someone here. It's very easy to make a new friend here, and so you want to make friends here so that they can hook you up to all the things that are happening here. And so yeah, when you come here, please don't be stuck up. Make new friends, because we are very friendly. People here are very friendly. And so yeah, also just know that in Ghana, almost everything is negotiable, except for maybe the things in the mall and other places. But if you go to the market, everything is negotiable. If they say something is 10 cedis, you can negotiate and say, oh, I have 8 cedis, I can pay 8 cedis, I can pay 5 cedis for this. and I mean it's negotiable. So it's always better to even have a local with you. If not, you can still negotiate. I mean, if they are ready to sell, it's fine. If not, then you go your way. And also, most of the times in December, prices tend to be prices tend to be high. There's a hike in prices, and so expect that things are going to be slightly expensive than you experienced probably last year or a year before. It's always like that. And there are a lot of promotions in Ghana during the festive season, so you want to take opportunity to buy stuff for your family, for friends here while in Ghana, because things are like, people run a lot of discounts here, and so yeah, you want to take opportunity of that festive season to buy all the things you want to buy. Yeah, in a nutshell, Ghana is a safe country, and we can't wait to have you here in Ghana. Ghana is very safe. Our people are nice. One more thing is, the lifestyle in Ghana is relative. It differs from what you are doing, and so if you are here on a budget, you know how to go about things. If you are here to spend, then obviously so lifestyle is relative. Let me know in the comment section if you want me to also give you an idea of a full lifestyle, cost of lifestyle in Ghana. I did a cost of food in Ghana, and so you have an idea. But cost of lifestyle is relative. If you want to go to a bougie restaurant, expect to pay more. If you want to go to a regular restaurant, you obviously pay an average. If you want to go local, you obviously pay less. And so it depends on your choice and what you can afford. So yeah, I hope to see you in Ghana. Let me know if this video has also been helpful to you, and if there are any questions, kindly let me know in the comment section, and I'll definitely put up a video for that. If it's also required answers, I will definitely respond. Until next time, on my next video, I'm super happy you are watching this video with me till the end. Thank you so much for the love and support, and see you in my next video. I post Wednesdays and Sundays, and so see you on Sunday. I love you all as always. Mwah.
Hello, my name once again is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on the tips about breast cancer, we are going to continue on risk factors. The last time we mentioned that there are two types of risk factors, modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Today we want to talk a bit more about the non-modifiable risk factors. Non-modifiable risk factors are risk factors we can do nothing about. Examples include a family history of cancer, starting your menses early, a late menopause, age greater than 40, and female sex. There's nothing you can do about these risk factors because that is just the way you are. However, it's important to note these because they put you at increased chance of getting breast cancer. It will surprise you to know that over 50% of women who develop breast cancer had only two risk factors. Those were age greater than 40 and female gender. Those are non-modifiable risk factors. So it is really important that all women above the age of 40 are screened for breast cancer. Thank you. Join us again next time for another episode on tips about breast cancer.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Hi viewers, my name is Eli630 and I'm doing this one for you. I call this one a crabby day. So let's vibe. A crabby day, your boy for hustle. That be how we dey grind. A crabby day, your boy for hustle. That be how we dey grind. Even if money no day, still vim day. Cause Gary day. Even if money not there, still him there. Cause watch it day. We wake up with a morning vibe. With or without money, him day. Get a boy go to roadside. Coco watch it, that be the vibe. Money no day will be balanced die. No. I cry every day, your boy for hustle. That be how we dey grind. Even if money no day, still him day. Cause watch it day. Even if money no day, still him day. Cause Gary day. I cry, any criminal can roam about. And if you leave your door open, then go steal you. I cry, anybody can come right away. But if you don't take time, you go back. I cry every day, your boy for hustle. That be how we dey grind. Even if money no day, still him day. Cause watch it day, that joint day. Even if money no day, still him day. Cause Coco day. For the roadside, no. For the roadside, you know, we are chop up. For the roadside, you know. For the roadside, you know. So one very morning, I was walking on the streets of Accra, and I saw this lady where I was so hungry, and she gave me something. As of now, I don't even know what she gave me. So it's up to you to define what she gave me. So listen. Now I dey walk for the roadside in the morning, where I see him. I say, Oba, I want to eat something. Where she drop him. She check my body to see the money way left for my body. She give me short, but she no give my paddy. So for the roadside where we start to eat, oh. For the roadside, you know. For the roadside, you know, we are chop 'em. For the roadside, you know. For the roadside, you know, we are chop 'em. For the roadside, you know. For the roadside, you know, we are chop 'em. For the roadside, you know, we are chop 'em. The thing they be, the feeling be deep, my you know. I know the fit to left 'em. So for the corner where we dey chop everything, no play. We dey eat, we dey laugh, we dey grind day. We dey chop everything, so my nigga. For the roadside, you know. For the roadside, you know, we are chop 'em. For the roadside, you know. For the roadside, you know. Trying to make a life for you and I. Trying to make a future with my wife, oh. Them say you and I, we no go fit to make up. I swear it be lie. I know be part of Flamem gang like I go give you vibes song. Only my dear penna. Only my dear penna. Cause the time I dey chase you now no money day. If you say you love me, mommy you don't do it. If you say you need me, mommy you don't do it. Don't do. Mommy you don't do it. Don't do. We are divinely accepted. So be my woman, make her be your man. So that together we go be united. Yeah, me and Kwano ma dede. If I no get love, where I get 6 packs, will you marry me? If you no be Benz, where it be moto, will you marry me? Don't do. Mami nya don't do. Mami nya don't do. Hey, anytime I go see you, beer, then my body it dey itch me. It be like make a go day, colleague not see inside. Make a swim till 6:30. But so me a ketia, meje, ebusinya penny, ababeji mu 360. Inti ino day me. On the beach, what get it can piski. My yadon in your popular say Ekufado SHS campaign movie my high five. Even in difficulties, we never go turn back. No Baba say no matter the hard times. Minya Yesu Christo, Anka Mesha Wobo, but Minya Lucifer, you say dear, Mesha Wodo, Minya Yanka, me 1 month 3 days. But what if I go and I don't come again? Don't do. Mami nya don't do it. Don't do. Mami nya don't dare. Hey, I swear what don't know etale me who to say skinny. Open BlackBerry phone, but mini penny. I swear my father leg order. Oh yeah magic. Uti me blinking at the universal charger and so every say koku mini kobo. Me last penny 1 CD me di bedi coco. Me ya fresh. Et say America dollar, but minisika into every day me trebola into open me minisika metal pens, but me work else into every day me fresh or that trima me. Oh yeah me taste for the last. Otale me bo. Et say Barcelona crest. To be precise, you are the best in the world. Into my me kwai na me no nsna. Don't do. Mami nya don't do. Mami nya don't do. Wapo say that say, oh evil man. Playing smart and not being clever. Said you walk in iniquity to achieve vanity. By the goodness of Jaja, endure right forever. If you are the victory, we are the smoothest, ready to cut you down, sharpen to cut you down. These are the words of my master. Keep on telling me, no weak heart shall prosper. Whosoever they get a beat shall fall in it. Whosoever they get a beat shall bury it. If you are the big tree, we are the smallest, ready to cut you down, sharpen to cut you down. If you are the big tree, we are the smallest, ready to cut you down, sharpen to cut you down. wanna say. It's only nothing really got a way of driving me crazy. I need somebody to hear, somebody to know, somebody to have, somebody to hold. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I cannot laugh the way you numb to the pain. Now that they bleed into nightfall, and you're not here to get me to the door. I lay my guard down, and then you pulled it wrong. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to turn to. This only nothing way of loving got me sleeping without. I need somebody to know, somebody to hear, somebody to have, just to know how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I cannot laugh the way you helped me escape. Now that they bleed into nightfall, and you're not here to get me to the door. I lay my guard down, and then you pulled it wrong. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. So my name is Ellie630, and I did this with GhanaWeb TV. Check me out on Ellie630 on Instagram, Ellie_630_official on Instagram, and on Facebook, Ellie630, Twitter, Ellie630, YouTube, Ellie630. It was nice having you. I sign out.
Hello, my name once again is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on the tips about breast cancer, we are going to continue on risk factors. The last time we mentioned that there are two types of risk factors, modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Today we want to talk a bit more about the non-modifiable risk factors. Non-modifiable risk factors are risk factors we can do nothing about. Examples include a family history of cancer, starting your menses early, a late menopause, age greater than 40, and female sex. There's nothing you can do about these risk factors because that is just the way you are. However, it's important to note these because they put you at increased chance of getting breast cancer. It will surprise you to know that over 50% of women who develop breast cancer had only two risk factors. Those were age greater than 40 and female gender. Those are non-modifiable risk factors. So it is really important that all women above the age of 40 are screened for breast cancer. Thank you. Join us again next time for another episode on tips about breast cancer.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
Time to table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion. Hello and welcome to yet another edition of Bloggers Forum. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thanks for joining us. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Today on the show, we are looking at Sarkodie's interview with UK-based DJ Samtex. Now, Sarkodie was on the show and he made some comments. Well, he says that when he was coming up, mainstream media was not ready to play his record. And even at the time, it was High Life, that was dominating. Some say he's distorting history. Some also say it's a fact. But, well, those who are saying it's a fact, there's also been banters from people who say facts are sacred and then opinions or views are free, and so they think Sarkodie is just sharing his view and that he's not, saying what actually the fact is. Let me welcome on the show Nana Radio. Is with oneplayafrica.com. Nana Akwaba. Be fine. Yes, in Kofu, Bibiana, Modin, Yamatuntum Kato, money. Why Bibiana? Oh, I gave Bibiasa, no sign or sentiment. You should have been a moment in I read. Found all bass oil. Okay, and the time session. Yes. Nene looks suspicious. So, your man are no yellow. And now, who's there? I said, never been a million. Well, Nenebi is a columnist. Nene, be fine. Be nice one. I quite no excuse on my for his eyes being red. Is what I'm surprised about. You are still not convinced. I'm not convinced that he has put something on the eyes. Yeah, because I know today is a busy day for him, so I'm sure he put something on his eyes so that he will have some energy. There's nothing in my eyes. It's just a normal medicine. I can just give you something in here. So no, I prescription and I can't inhale. Our Bruni is on standby with Nkomo.
I also a baby. Nay, no be Bojemisuno, so I'm a bonina saying the work on Sunday A1. Let me say package in our baby. What on Sabin, who by address so handsome say, and some near Fabin count, ye being film, yes, I soon high, and into our change so. I'm a brony, come back cost entertainment industry, and I'm a born and rather soon to the woman and check cry and try home. Nay, for the conversation. And a born ransom in my woman say October, you busumi in a breast cancer awareness a month. You say meow chrome has say, we are safe and then in a moon corner mukoya screen and I'm just say, Munufu breast cancer be woman, no one who no one son on them. And also October 13, a no brad day, any beshe. Cause social media pay ni beshe. Sisters see word just say, wash our tire won't send from say no piwika kana say pay kakana, boys beshe. Or peshe bin mushe when you saw, but it didn't know I am more mush and mamma who be no from Congo. But the wire bonina, Cassia, ye can say, a mere woman, breast cancer to me, I am merriment. Moon Conamukoya screening, and I want to say, be a baby shema, no one won't tell no one son, because breast cancer neck can one sister, now count. And as all when you be dry chrome has and I will say be a new to be abo our hit songs and they will release it back to back. I will say be a now modern and modern bobby and as our fan base be a only as an enter sow. A year or confu, I will something same be to Joe Chilima. Yes, I'm a top singers and celebrities now moon see one femme, Musi won't ye hitting. O say mumbi bi I want boarding but kokubun sam chema wo bi ba na so say one yen san 1 or 2 en yankoma de kakra fan frefre mu na say one frame kakra na be ya umbenya he songs nti onua kokubun sam na so o say bi wo higher musicians a mu celebrating wo ba na so on fa kakra kambom I wa woni malam na ani he konfuri edifo men kan baby but o chirima o mu ban ho se onye ne ambe ma wo na won nwom na hit asem ya so de aka se yampo kokubunsam na esi say the sex step in semsemi kogu a eye obadu ani be chire Ghana krom ha say say nkoma ekoso ye eye LGBTQ just say ware just say plus ehun komo na ye de wonum say krom ha de illegal say woni obia koda oberema koda ni na wo say krom ha de worry njan kasa nya de obeye na komo ne de akoye bebre we na eye actor Prince David said na no atomo chire ma Yakupon ono ankasa ne nyansem obo Adam and Eve ambo Steve nti saa na mo bana muso mo pese osem mo ho kwan na obarima ne obarima eware obia na obarima tenase no wo se Ghana ha de yere mfoaso nti mo ko outside na se mo na mo be yes homosexual and sa gay lesbian and ye fine ba krom ha de muntumi force fan chechire yen se ye o che ma sa na enye miracle enye magical so bi be ka se wo yo obarima na be se wo ye hu se wo ye obia wo sa de bi ntwa na yin sem ya na ye won se ye Nigeria ni actor Jim I ko krom ha I movie bia wa ye no premiere se o de nya kwakwache eye Kumase hono no na o premiere ni movie no na okwa Ajinka FM na ze nkomotwitwi ma na o chi mo se ase Christopher mu ye nya atwom dodo yakopon no boni wi ase no so boma ze a wa abonefo ne eyi sinners ai it is obi no so ye homosexual ye gay or ye lesbian na lesbian no ye ne enkan wuska wuje wadwuma won tewo wadwan wudi se ni gay or lesbian or ye enfa wo ho and ombo bosia wo ho ntia na ye Christopher mu fa ne personal say and then mo mpeneso o se sa de ne enya atwom yakopon na nka so bo ni wi ase mo ma ne njaage na nyem na mba be jaage nsem de obi ade na anu atum bi na ye KOD onu nso chema eye wo se Superman te se de o ye bisexual cartoons am fresh kakra wo di jenwani afede mu de ade bese o se mo bese mo de frafra impefo na mo de aye fine o se onu ne time e wo ho wo so ne wo hwe cartoon all right but I wo ho no impefo ade a wo ye ba fede mo frafede mo pese mo ya na mo sai mo fra na afede wo ba dwen ho akase wo bi ye normal so onu de bi sa Superman na wo so ye bisexual fan hin kosin wo se sa de mumbongu kra nkomo adusu de wonim se krom ha se wo ani kire ha kasa ya nkwafoka nkomo ani na mframa wo chema ye gospel musician se wan wo ye secular music je se movie music je se ni nyina unity nim ai wo se mundo do mo ho but e bia ye Shatawale dance or musician Shatawale aye na nkofo so we de a kire se wo odo ankasa eye medical rapper medical which mo also ye ni godson eye medical eye fresh Shatawale se ni godfather ai ya wo ha yo se Shatawale wa che so ye tattoo bi nti yeso we na we Shatawale ye behwe na wa cho ye fize SM for life ibia Shatambe wa tattoo yi ma ye hwa MBK wa cho medical din atare no ho de say ye na wo pepa ni bi no we inki ankasa na wo say say ye fele say one eye medical yi mo ayon ko fa na ye femfem say na enye femfem wa be hu Shatawale tumi wo ho na medical to scale gu no so medical tumi wo stage performance na Shatawale so to scale gu no so but say na wa ye de wan wa kire do medical so appreciate so eye na ni je say Shatawale so tattoo ni din abo no ho na wa twa na eja eye Ghana Music Awards UK mo de begui anti wan ya awards ni wa wini unia uko GhanaWeb.com abenya list ni big entertainment section no hu a wo wini awards ni na eye Miss Bell ai hu se ono de enye na mafu ibio then times Miss Bell wo che mo performance bi o ye ya nkasa awoso obeka se sister dey bia mo time na etwemba jajaja o wan wo ho no chema o na ye fe na hu se last year jacket yellow b o Miss Bell wo chema nyom no ni old songs no perform ma ye fe nti wo de wunya video ni bia na wa pe bia hwe no hu eye Miss Bell performance na wan kasa we rate no na wonim se de bia that story entertainment industry ma ye tinsem na ye Elsie Lama GhanaWeb reporter ba ko no on eye Agle de sia nyuntuni eye visually impaired lady ase neni neni hu won sem kakra na on ne koye interview bi wo talk entertainment no din sem bia to don say Agle de sia ye hu no eye bra ye domination na ye twins I for na first no wo links entertainment na fede wo ja ye de enim na ye course but they say wo feelings entertainment but ye hu so as one ade one na wo promoting ne kakra or did 2 singles crab betudra na ye na ye nhyada hu say ye hu won wo sin ni biom na eja LC bisa ye adle so na de na ekoso no eye domination mo ntempted no so one day boni bi eni but eye okay but in some day Adelaide editudwa ne say eye domination wo person na ka wo sign na eba one record label no so but nim ho no man na say na ne ho fa na ade na doctor advice so say na yetine ye say onya break no ho me kakra unze sometimes be say wo ye adwuma but wo body na nkasa ye mro de say wo pe baby tan na wo je wa ho me nti ya asem na no na wo ka so person wo sign Adelaide so they say they want me sign she's not in the right body so be sign nti anka one train kakra oh na buwe twins won go kwa pai o say ye train kakra saying ya wo ha ya ho just asem kwa won kan wie ye no akọ eye ni Instagram page a wo hand one we create am now oh so many followers ho num kwa na interviews ni ade no nom ni na ode to no akọ delete account Ah, na say sorry so mama yen fancy into da wo say ekwapin polo na say o wa drop new single chema title ne wa boka ai na you know promoting odin sem bia betu chema nyom ya odi abetu dwa say Cardi B no so ekwapin wa bo ho modern nyom ne dia mi fili ankasa enche kra me feature wo ai ekwapin polo na esi o chema Cardi B say o pese o ne ye nyom say asem ne say ya mpo say nyampa wo de mama yen fe kuku nche but one say ye ekwapin polo ne eye Cardi B de wo relationship eye polo sa video you be drop wo abon say eye Cardi B atari bi o share one of her music videos enu bia na eja ekwapin polo de come and sin stress ne ja o pam bi man atari de wan kasa wo be hu comparison but atari de na ye fe and ekwapin polo chema yo nku bi chinwonua Cardi B yin bottom ska ye $30,000 and other man e was amponya no court case ai na wo twede won sem ne na bi wo man kasa bebre kwa nyina ama boni ma hye ne nyina mde abesum da se ne e be san so ehwie nti abante ba no abedwafo mu som na mo nto asomai.
Thanks, Amabruni, for the segment in Komoho. For more of these stories, visit our website www.GhanaWeb.com. Person we choose topic. Nene, today dear, shame me. Today dear, shame me. Don't talk about breast. Oh dear, let's talk.
I will talk about breast. Even though this week was even though this week no breast day happened, and go and check your breast, then get your breast pressed for, check for breast cancer and all that. But that's not what I want to talk about.
Okay.
I want to talk about Misbah. And as somebody who grew up on early 2000 music, my favorite artists are almost always those who grew up in that era and those who blew up in that era. Misbah, to me, is the greatest female rapper in Ghana of all time. I don't think there's any female artist who have been able to rise to the level of Misbah in terms of the hits she put out. So it wasn't surprising to watch the video of the Ghana Music Awards UK and see Ghanaians jamming to Misbah like her songs came out yesterday, because her songs have depth, they have character, and whenever you hear any of her songs play, you feel something. And even though I feel like on stage I didn't feel the energy she usually gives us, Misbah was very energetic on stage. You can tell that she's energetic everywhere, but that's beside the point. So I expected to see more energy, but then she's older now, she's in her 40s, and I remember I spoke to her last year for my book, and she said most of the things she did earlier on were not things that she planned naturally for publicity, or just who she is. And so now as she grew up, she's becoming a different person, she's becoming a mother. So the things that she used to do, she's not in a position to do them anymore, yet she was able to keep the attention of the crowd. There was a time she gave the mic to somebody to sing along with her. So I really enjoyed the fact that Misbah was given the props she deserves. I remember the first time Misbah, I hadn't spoken to this guy before, but I knew him, right? Nanaya. I was talking to Misbah, and then Kanye West came up, and then he was like, "Yo, he thinks that Nanaya is a bigger Kanye fan than me." And then that was the first argument I've had ever in my life with Misbah. But I don't think anybody.
How are you and Misbah competition? Me, I will come inside.
Because she said you're a bigger Kanye fan than me, and I said, "Nah, Misbah, I agree with you on everything, but not this one." And she has a very good ear for music. I've worked with Misbah in the studio a few times. We've recorded one song for myself before, and I've written one song for her. And when you are writing with her, she's very conscious about how people are going to hear what you are saying and how they're going to react to what you are saying, right? And so I'm not surprised that any of the songs she played, the people reacted to it the way they reacted to it, because she knows how people are going to react to the song before they come out. So Misbah, the greatest female rapper of all time, big up herself.
Big up to you, Misbah. Nana, I meet you, the organizer of Misbah Attend concert.
Former Misbah manager.
Yeah, of course. Former Misbah manager. Hey, I mean, but I think there's a bigger problem society is facing, and we have to talk about it. I think that all men and women who are not lesbians, who are not gay, I think we are cowards. Yes. Men and women who are not gays, who are not lesbians in the world, we are cowards. It's radiant. You see, the LGBTQ community are pushing an agenda, and the agenda is done so well that they don't even care who gets hurt. And they are positioning themselves in a way that if you come against them, then you are a hater. You are against human rights. But forgetting that how they are coming into the world affects a lot of people than them. What am I saying? I'm saying that you saw the CNN report that the new Superman is bisexual.
Yeah.
If that report is true, we are all cowards as people who are not lesbians, who are not gays, who are not transgender. Because you see, in as much as some heroes are not to be touched, there's a certain agenda by the LGBTQ community to position themselves as the only source of correct, give me a word, like this sexuality, and like that's the correct one. And therefore, anybody that comes against them, yours is wrong. If we don't speak up, a time is coming where a young boy, a young girl will not feel comfortable to say, I am not gay, I'm not a lesbian. Because the norm will be that you have to be gay to belong, or you have to be a lesbian to belong. I'm not for some judges, whatever bill, all those kind of things that they're trying to do. I'm just saying that the more the anti-gay community comes out to speak on certain things, the more clearer it becomes. I don't know if you've seen that Dave Chapman or whatever his name.
Dave Chappelle.
Chappelle's show, where people are calling that the show should be cancelled on Netflix. Find out the people who are calling out the show to be cancelled: transgender people, and mostly the LGBTQ community. Why? Because he made certain comments that to them he shouldn't say. And if we don't come out to say those things, one day you go into a crowd and then you say, I'm not gay, and they all look at you like, are you serious? It will become a norm. To become bisexual will become a norm. Say, "Uko baby, now you can say, hey, yeah, when I am bisexual, and I say, okay, say, we don't need you." The friend say, now you're correct. And that is the fear for the generations to come. So if we that are not gays and lesbians cannot speak against these things that they are doing, it's an intention. It's like they are on an agenda. Now, I think someone last year, I discovered that they are using these cartoons to induct the little ones. So I stopped my family from watching cartoons. So I came to tell some of my friends who had kids that, yo, these days there are cartoons that you don't have to let your kids watch. So be careful on the YouTube kids and how you show it to your kids. They're like, are you sure? I'm like, so I showed a couple of them. And now it's coming out in the open. You get what I'm trying to say? So we have to be very careful. So I agree with KOD on the comments he made that you cannot force. You see, if it is right, why are you forcing people? If I chase a woman, why should I come and stand in public and say I chase a woman? Why should you chasing a man?
But does it look like someone is forcing the other?
They are forcing. It's like, listen, these days this is what happens. When they make a comment and Nene doesn't agree with their comment, Nene is they have an name for it. Is it a TERF or something? They have a name. You are anti-LGBT. You are infringing on people's human rights. They have all sorts of things that they say about it.
I don't like that you used me as for example.
Okay.
I just want to distance myself from your comments.
Okay. If Nene is gay,
I want you not to use me in no example at all.
Okay.
Yes.
Say it here. If one of us is gay, say the person sits in the middle. Right?
Please don't use me in your example.
There's a lot of people sitting here.
I've not commented on your points.
There's a lot of people sitting here.
Use somebody else. Use the camera. Use the cameraman. Nobody knows him.
I think that I will say you're out. You're putting certain things in place. What am I saying? Listen, you can decide to be who you want to be. Some people don't. Some people choose. Some people by nature of birth, they have certain feminine hormones, blah blah blah. So you can decide to be who you want to be, but don't force it on people.
Okay.
What am I saying?
Matthias.
Using a certain powerhouse like Superman, where you know that majority of kids, one of their favorite superheroes is Superman. turning that super hero into a bisexual means what? In the next generations to come,
I want to make it normal.
Yes.
So I'm curious. So Superman can fly.
Yes.
Is the fact that he's bisexual that's
no
misleading kids? Not the fact that he can fly.
You are missing the point.
I'm coming. So Superman
this
is a fictional character who can fly, right?
Yeah.
And you think that the thing about him that will mess up kids is the fact that he's bisexual, and not the fact that he's a fictional character.
Do you have a child?
I don't have a child yet.
Okay, so then let's move to the conversation.
No,
because if you do, listen, there are some things about kids that you cannot touch. No, but then no movies should be produced because movies are mostly based on fiction.
So
listen,
it's a fictional character.
Listen, these days you cannot watch a movie, whether series or feature film, and you will not find a certain intention of placing a certain homosexual conversation in it.
Yeah,
it's an intention.
It's true.
It's an agenda that the LGBTQ community are pushing, and sometimes when people like you now begin to question your sexuality, whether you're straight, gay, he,
you see that? Okay, so now let me say something.
Because of how you are trivializing the conversation of if Superman can fly. We all know that Superman is a fictional character. Yes, but they are heroes that kids look up to. When you watch a Chinese film, like over time, it doesn't mean you can beat somebody. But you want to enjoy the Chinese film.
Yeah.
The moment the Chinese movie is tempered with to make it look like an American movie, you begin to lose interest in the Chinese movie. That's what we're saying. We're saying that this is a superhero that kids adore. For an adult, for a child between the ages of, let's say, 4 to 8, they barely understand what they watch on their screens. That's why I ask if you have a child, because you see, if you teach your child to watch cartoons, let
me just come in. You said
you will do this under 1 minute.
Okay.
Yes.
I just said that Superman is a fictional character who can fly, and the thing that bothers you about a character who everything about him is not humanly possible is the fact that he is bisexual, right? And then you said that comment in making you question my sexuality. So now, when gay people are fighting for human rights, these are the type of things they are talking about. The fact that somebody cannot even make a point to say, okay, let's look at this, then you are looking at me some way because I said let's look at this.
No, I'm not.
Okay, you understand?
I'm not looking at you some way. I'm not. You see, that the funny thing is, I am not looking at you some way because if I was looking at you some way, I wouldn't comment on it. I've been in a conversation. I've worked on. Of course, I assume that maybe I've worked on bigger projects where there are LGBTQ people in a conversation. I don't mind. But I say that is what they chose to do with their body.
Okay.
I'm saying that once you begin to trivialize the conversation of people on an agenda to establish a certain norm, that if you don't come with us, then you are not.
I didn't trivialize the conversation. All I said was,
well,
this is a character who does things which are not humanly possible.
Okay, let's
which is normal for a parent. Which is normal for a parent to explain.
That's what I wanted to say.
For a parent to explain to a child that you cannot fly. Sometimes it's even the beauty of it that you understand. But I don't know how you will feel when you come when your child comes back from school and says, "Daddy, I kissed David." Why? Because in the cartoon that is called Superman.
If I want to explain something like that to my child, I will use the same Superman to explain.
Okay,
exactly.
So
I'll say that Superman can fly, you can't fly.
That's why
it means that you can't do everything that Superman can do.
That's why is saying that they shouldn't
force it on anyone.
Yes.
Okay.
The same way we are not forcing you guys to change.
All right, let's move on.
All right. So I guess we'll leave it here.
We'll
leave it here. Go for a quick break. When we return, we'll talk about Sarkodie's interview where he says mainstream media was not ready to play his song when he started. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. I'm doing this with Nane Aredu. He's with OnePlayAfrica.com. Nene B is a columnist. The show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has you all you want, from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Now, we move on to Sarkodie's statement, where he said that when he started, mainstream media was not, ready to play his music, and in fact, at the time, High Life was the music that was dominating. He had an interview with a UK-based DJ Semtex, and it has actually generated conversation on both social media and traditional media.
I was speaking to a very dope UK rap legend this week, and we were tracing, cause the UK rap is clear. Like now, it's like mainstream music now. It's the dominant sound in the UK right now, and it's getting bigger by the day, right? So we was talking, and I was tracing it back to why it changed all of a sudden, and we kind of realized it wasn't down to DJs or radio DJs. It wasn't down to one specific thing other than the internet and how it's evolved, like the concept of streaming. And it's not one particular streaming platform. I just think the advent of streaming really benefited UK rap, because for years labels were like, oh, it's never going to sell, the fans only bootleg stuff. Yeah. But now it's like you can't escape the metrics. The metrics say what it is, So with that being said, is that the same for yourself and for African rap?
Yes. I can relate to that because I came through social media. Mainstream radio in Ghana wasn't ready to play any of my records because it didn't make sense. You were just rapping on some beats that they didn't term as commercial. And at that point, when I was coming, was the toughest time because it was dominated by High Life. High Life is like our authentic Ghanaian sound, right? So, and it's super commercial here in Ghana. When you do that, people are going to love it. And I was a rapper, so I was coming in hard doing hip-hop beats. But as you said, because I had an avenue to like get directly to the people so that the masses can choose what they want to listen to. Because you can't say people don't want this until you give it to them. And as you said, because it was controlled, the people were used to listening to what was presented to them. And then the internet came in, and people like myself and all these new artists started putting out music, and then people had alternative, and you got to realize that even old people can listen to rap. So yes, that's the same thing that I did when I was coming. So I can see that Afrobeat and everything that was dominating now because of the internet, you can't really control it. People have choices. They will go and see the Wizkid Sold Out show.
So that's Sarkodie's interview with DJ Semtex. Let me begin with Nene B. Nene, what Sarkodie said, factual or he's distorting history, like people are saying?
Sarkodie's interview was an almost 40-minute interview.
Yeah.
Where he talks about his coming up, and it talks about how he came up in the right rap game in Ghana and to where he is now. And the interviewer asked him what his take on how the social media has revolutionized hip-hop in the world was, right?
Yeah.
And Sarkodie gave the interviewer his take on that. I don't think Sarkodie is an eloquent speaker. He doesn't express himself well when he's talking like he does when he's rapping. And I understood what he was saying, right? But also understood the distortion.
Okay.
What Sarkodie was saying was that, you see, let me talk about my book again. My book is called, what's the name? Everything That Happened and the People That Made It. It's a biography. And when you're writing a biography, you don't just write about the person you have to write about. You also write about their time or the time they are living in. So in the chapter, there's a chapter in my book about Sarkodie. In that chapter, I talked about how the revolution or the evolution of rap music in Ghana. And the sound Sarkodie brought in, even though his rap was different from the sound of rap we had before he came in the scene. So after Reggie Rockstone from the early 90s. Ghanaians after some time came to accept hip life when you are singing and rapping on the beats, on the local Ghanaian beats. That was the type of rap that was accepted. And the Hammer came in 99 with Obrafour, and that type of rap also became accepted. And even with Hammer, I spoke to Hammer when I was writing that chapter. He said they still use African instruments to create their hip hop. So it was still a very Ghanaian. What changed after Hammer in 99 was in 2008 when Richie came on the scene with Asem and Gimme Blue.
Yeah.
That sound wasn't accepted on radio immediately. Asem's first hit, Gimme Blue, wasn't played on radio. And radio gave the excuse that it was profane. But after it was big, true, at that time what we were using was Bluetooth.
If you say it wasn't played on radio, are you saying at all? Because for me, I heard it on radio.
It wasn't played on.
Maybe
the word Sarkodie used was mainstream.
Okay.
And so let me define mainstream. You see, in Ghana, mainstream radio is maybe the 4 or 5 big radio stations in Ghana. Peace FM, City FM, Joy FM, Adom FM. Those are the 4 big stations in Ghana. And they have peak times. Morning show, drive time. If it's played on the morning show or drive time, then you know it's a big song. Every other time, not everybody listens to radio at the time. So it wasn't played on radio and at a time as big as a big song will be played until maybe a year later when Figaro came out. And the hit Figaro had big radio play. Because radio had accepted that Ghanaians were listening to Asem, so there was nothing they could have done about it. When Sarkodie came, Sarkodie put out a few songs. I think he put out Push and all the rest. And none of them blew up on radio until Baby, which was kind of a hip life song.
Push didn't blow on radio?
After Baby. Push blew after Baby. I think Push blew after Baby. So I think what Sarkodie was trying to say is the fact that his sound, if you look at even all Sarkodie's biggest hits in Ghana, most of his big hits are songs which have sound which is similar to what is the mainstream sound in Ghana. Even at the time Sarkodie put out You Go Kill Me, he had some other I don't think there was any song like You Go Kill Me on his album he put out, his second album, Rapaholic.
No.
There was no song like, but none of those songs were big on radio the way You Go Kill Me was. Because You Go Kill Me was the sound of the time. And so I think Sarkodie, even later on the interview, alluded to the fact that he has to go back and do the Afro beats, the commercial sound, and come back to his hip hop sound. I think what Sarkodie was trying to say is the fact that hip hop as it is, or the type of hip hop he likes to do, he said that he doesn't like the type of hip hop that uses a lot of horns and blah blah blah. He likes to use the hip hop kicks, right? And those type of sound. I think the only of Sarkodie's song that sticks to the hip hop kick that was big is the Hand to Mouth. I can't think of any other one that is, hip hop kicks that blew up. So I think that was he was trying to say that the internet had been more instrumental in pushing his sound than radio was. That's how I understood it anyway.
Okay. Then you mentioned that you said you see what he was trying to mean, and you also see the distortion.
The distortion is that everybody in Ghana believes that radio pushed Sarkodie, whether it's true or not. We believe that he was big on Adom FM, and then so because he came up on Adom FM, people in Ghana want to say that he was accepted by radio immediately. But Adom FM, he was on Adom FM on Saturdays, and we are all in the media. You know how media operates. Saturday is not peak time for radio. The only reason Dr. Duncan was able to do the type of show he did was because the station didn't really care about that time. That is not.
Oh, you are sure?
I mean, that is not a big market time.
Oh, but then you can take it and make it big, and of course, it was one of
but
the
it
most
became a big
listened to
show.
programs.
It became a big show.
Yeah. So to say this, the station.
I don't think the station. If Dr. Duncan was doing that show on Monday morning, would station have allowed him?
But Monday morning, you are going to do a rap show.
That's because you see what you just said. No. Monday morning you can't do a rap show. Why?
If you are into radio programming or radio or TV, you should know the time that people would want to listen to.
So good. That is why Sarkodie is trying to say that his sound was you know, what was the name? What's the word that she used? Bofunasa. His son was cemented to that Saturday evening only. He didn't cross to Monday morning.
That does not mean
because he used the word mainstream.
Yes,
he used the word mainstream. So I think that the mainstream was trying to talk about the times, the peak mainstream.
So if your show is held in the evening, you don't think it's, you think
it depends on what time it is and what, if your show is held on. And so another reason why when I say I understand the distortion, I think Sarkodie was on what's the name, Abeku Santana show a lot on, and he was on other,
and that's prime time.
That's prime time. So that's why I say I understand the distortion. That Sarkodie had some mainstream look right from the beginning. So I understand. But then I think the person who I will credit for pushing, or who was pushed strictly by the internet, the first artist in Ghana who was pushed strictly by the internet, I would say is Asem.
Okay. Then Nana.
Interesting conversation. Interesting analysis from. Okay. Let's see. Hip life, no, sound of music in Ghana has gone through
phases.
I did a special for a French magazine in 2009. We had a special with Apietus and all the guys who were then, you know, pushing the agenda of hip life. One of the articles I wrote was hip life as high life and high life as hip life. And in that article, I mentioned that Ghana music at a point was heavy on hip life. At the time, Reggie was leading the fight, trying to pave way for hip hop in Ghana. And he blended our high life to the rap and then called it the hip life, with Panji Anok them in support and pushing the agenda. A certain sound was in vogue at the time. And that sound was more of rap with singing choruses and a hook or a bridge. And that sound grew over time. And then that sound changed to become Jama on the time where JQ took over. And there was even a beef between Hammer and JQ artists. So Tiny and other artists were doing back and forth on records. And even I remember so well, there was this guy, Anum, who had a show on television at the time, who was an entertainment magazine show. And therefore he was trying to ask the rappers who was the best producer at the time between the JQ artists and the Hammer artists. And everybody was saying it was Hammer. Now, that sound, that hip life sound that Reggie brought, the more rap influence with singing choruses, was what Hammer and his team championed. The difference is that the JQ then went back to take our Pan logo and our Jama to drive more of rap. It was also rap with singing choruses, but it was more of Yesi Jama. So Ghanaians identified with that sound, and unfortunately mistook that sound to become hip life, because there were a lot of hits that came from JQ. Unfortunately too, I may be wrong, but at the time I was doing the magazine write-up, I said that Apietus and any other producer that played around the time told the line of the JQ, not Hammer. They were playing more of a Jama rhythm for the artist to rap on than. So if you look at Apietus' hits, most of his hits are more of Jama driven. So let's say Prayer will be the written sound. All the one that they want from the Ghana, that 8 hours they want from Ghana Music Awards. I am a shorty, and that became the hip life sound. At that time, J Soul, Hammer, and the rest were regulated to the back. All the hip hoppers were not getting attention. I remember on TV3, I watched Bolje and his team talk about New Africa and the sound of hip hop, and it was not accepted, even on mainstream. So all those who were doing heavy hip hop, right, at the time, J Soul will tell you they were not heard. And that time, a lot of the young artists then, rappers then, were never heard. Unless you pass through a certain Hammer conversation where there's a blend of the local production, like how he was saying, with what was in vogue then to get your attention. So if you listen to Vuje is a strictly hip hop song. It's not hip life. It's a strictly hip hop song. On the elements of hip hop, Vuje passes as a hip hop song. So that has been a problem in Ghana. The mistaken identity for hip life. Go and play Regis Ago and play Hammer and Motia. It was the same. But go and play a song from JQ's Castro. For example, it became Jama. So there's a certain disconnection between sound. Come back to Sarkodie's thing. Every rapper at the time will say what Sark was saying now. If J So says at the time he was doing hip hop, mainstream media was not playing his records, would you say he's lying?
I think he's asking you a question.
If Checker, Gemini comes to tell you that at the time we were doing hip hop, because Sark says it. Shout out to my buddy Gemini. I remember you and I. We used to rap because they've been doing it and nobody was minding them. Now, if you are Sarko there, whose father in the industry is Duncan, who is a son or maybe a colleague in the media fraternity, you dare not say that mainstream media didn't play your records on the camera, because like Nene was saying, you had a manager called Duncan, who was then the most powerful voice in rap with Kasahari level. But people forget that before Kasahari level, Sarkodie was rapping.
Good.
Before going to Hammer or working with Hammer, Sark was rapping. This morning, in doing a little research, I discovered Sarkodie's Reverb and MySpace pages on the internet. Before Facebook became vogue, Sark was rapping. I don't think I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Before Twitter became Twitter, Sark had already started the conversation. And I know this for a fact because when I did the new guy activation and we were selecting 10 die-hard Sarkodie fans, he could tell us who and who to pick because he had started the conversation of building a fan base
around that
on
time,
Twitter.
when he did the Apollo show, he gave shout out to all the Twitter accounts. Yeah.
That is way before Duncan. Listen, I work on a Sark project.
That was after Duncan though, but
like I'm saying, like way before Duncan, say like Meka say like before he even got the media, the Kasahari chair to sit and rap, he was rapping. Don't forget that. There are songs or mixes that he did on the board show with Tilekweni Park. Sark said he had a whole album that never came out with Sugartone. In which year was that album? Do the mathematics. That never came out. And songs that he had released that never saw the day of, like nobody played it. So if he says that because he had a manager who was in the media industry, people are not taking their time to do their mathematics well to find out why he said that. It's because here you can't say that because you see if Kofi Jamal comes to say that Nanaya media didn't help him, I would say, hey Kofi Jamal, you're lying. Because of Nanaya, I put you on here. I did this for you. I did that for you. Right?
But Kofi Jamal was rapping before he met you.
But Kofi Jamal was big before he met me because he had a certain fan base in Bantama. He had won rap competitions in Bantama.
But how does that translate into you becoming a big, the media mainstream?
You're free one. I said you're two. You're free two. You're free two. Go one. This is number one. What am I saying? The mechanism.
I never said number one. No, focus on number one.
No, the mechanism. Before an artist, Nene is an artist. If Nene comes out to say today, if Nene gets a break hit song and says that the internet drove his music, you say he's lying because he has a hit song. Forgetting that he has released a couple of songs where it was mainly his friends and fans on social media who were pushing it. A lot of artists today don't even talk about their Reverb accounts. A lot of artists, Reverb has been there for what? Yes. It has been there from what? The word go.
But I wanted to say something about Sarkodie in particular. Why the internet, Sarkodie's champion of the internet is not misplaced. After his first album, right? You know, every artist in the history of Ghana, right? When they win Artist of the Year, for some reason their careers are going down.
Yes.
Almost every artist.
And he faced that.
And
Sark faced that.
Sark faced that after the first. His first album won him Artist of the Year, and so I remember he faced that. And what Sarkodie did between 2010 to 2012, when he won the Artist of the Year, was he put out song almost every week.
Time.
That's when he started doing the hip hop beats. He'll take Jay-Z beats. That's when he did young girls.
Let me come to that. Yeah.
So for those 2 years, Sarkodie wasn't getting mainstream look, even though he was Sarkodie. Most of his songs that he was putting out was being championed by the internet, not really.
You know,
except maybe
that time. How vibrant was?
I was on the floor. We have to wrap up. I was on the floor. I was making a point.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen the conversation from some colleagues in the industry that it's a disgrace to Obrafo and all this. He never said that.
Good.
Don't forget, Obrafo is the only artist in Ghana. I say it with authority, who had gone through the different phases of Ghana music and he never failed. When High Life was in vogue, it gave you Heavy. It was one of the biggest High Life songs. Obrafo has gone through the phases. Say, oh, they took High Life, or yeah, Heavy, only could be, only cry Heavy was big. So different. Like he went through it. Now let's take Sarkodie's career journey. Let's count Sarkodie's High Life songs, apart from the Mary album that he did in honor of his grandma.
He has a few.
You know what I'm trying to say? The thing is that there are people who champion a certain part that nobody was listening to them. If Asem had come out to say that on the come up, media didn't play his music, would people say Asem is lying? Because like he said, Give Me Blow, it was not a radio hit. It was not. Even Richie, Framer, at the time, these guys were not being playlisted on mainstream radio. I just told you about the different phases of music that we've gone through. At the time, listen, when Crank was picking up, a lot of people were going against Crank music.
And you see, the point is, radio. Sometimes me as a media person, I don't have a problem with that. With radio not be accepting new sound because it takes time for you to exchange the program of people.
And I respect that. But I'm saying that when these rappers come out to say that, oh, on the come up, let me give you another example, right? Let me use you as an example.
Quick one.
And you do a show on Bloggers Forum and you get a big break, and then you say, and then now mainstream media carries your content. Mainstream media, like you said, let me use to say CNN, BBC, Joy News, TV3, pick your content and then begin to play it mainstream for people to get to see that this is the guy that breaks the biggest stories. And then you come up to say that on the come up, mainstream media never put your records out, never put your shows on their television. Are you lying? But there were people who say you are lying because they will start to mark you from the time you got your break.
That thing with Rihanna, and then you got mainstream.
That's something to say.
So from Sarkodie's statements, I mean, to make it simple, where did he get it right and where did he go wrong?
Sark never went wrong.
He never went wrong.
He never did. Let me tell you why he never did.
Why?
As a rapper, as a musician, as an artist, as somebody lover of the art, he has been painting his pictures every time. Nobody was minding him. It's normal. There are new artists. Last week you hosted one of my new artists, Brother Yauda. The interview is out. Nobody gives a F about them. Does it mean that interview doesn't count? It counts. They keep painting. Now, when they get their break and they say that on the come up, these guys that you see them playing listeners and talking about us, they never did. They're not lying. He's an artist. He's one of the best I've seen pen in terms of poetry, spoken word. I use him and Motombo and there's Akosia Hansen and the rest, right? Now, these guys, if they get their break today, and they say on the come up, all these guys are Nanaya 18 and these boys who are talking, they never put us on, they never gave us an interview, they never minded us. You say no, you're lying because maybe
you see me on Joy FM or
exactly,
TV3 or something.
But they've been putting in the work from the word go, bro.
Okay, let me also come in there. I think Sarkodie was wrong in this to the extent that Sarkodie was wrong is that he didn't explain eloquently what he was trying to say.
Yeah, but that is that's his story.
Yeah, so
because listen to your story and you can't express it.
Okay, when I come here and I say on authority that
because you know what the two of you have been doing all this while, you have been trying to tell me
what we think he's trying to say. Yes, that's what I'm coming through. You see, I'm trying to say that's what I said. That's what I'm getting you. I said that. That's why I said I get what he was trying to say. I specifically said that, but I don't think that he put it eloquently enough, so people can get the fact that he's doing a distortion.
Listen. This conversation.
It's communication. When you're communicating, people feel like
I don't think
somebody is the biggest guy. I'm going to put it here. Somebody is the biggest Ghanaian artist of all time.
Listen,
I'll say that.
Yes, but
at a point in my career, right, I was if not the, was one of the best, youngest artist managers in this country.
Yeah.
But you know what happens in Ghana? I dare not say. I dare not say that on the come up, I put a lot of. If I start to count the number of artists I have given their breaks to in this country, you get what I'm trying to say? I feel that people think because you are Ghanaian, you have to have. There's a difference between humility and meekness. Ghanaians, to me, most of us take meekness as humility. You get what I'm trying to say? And because Sak is saying that, on the come up, he can count the number of mistakes, bro, that he has done. That never saw the day of light on any mainstream media. And like Nene said, listen, those who go to Kasahari levels now, the young boys who go to Kasahari levels now, right? Let's one of them gets their break. And they dare not say.
Weeks ago, I was on Kasahari level with Duncan too. When I didn't even know I was going to be on air. I just want to talk to him, and then he just opened the mic and asked me to talk. There are some guys who have been coming to the station week in, week out. So they have those guys have called followers to call into the show
to make sure that
this week this guy is not here. So he was here 2 weeks ago. You should see somebody else's opportunity. You know, there are some people who are putting in work today. One of them may end up blowing up. Then you will be like, he was on Dr. Duncan's show. He dare not say he didn't have mainstream support. And Sakode was very specific with the word mainstream. And I know, think, and that's why I say I think what I understand what I was trying to say.
Normal last example. Maybe artist be only don't know.
They'll be maintaining kind.
Exactly. But he's been putting in the work. I've followed him to different shows or both small platforms like upcoming platform. Mainstream. You guys are not FM with the guy. Thank you. So no, wait. Analyze you. So at the time, Sak was pushing MySpace, was pushing Reverb, was pushing all his songs. At the time when he was trying to get your attention, that at the time the sound in vogue was not what they were playing. It was very hard. Do you know that Tiny? Relax. I Believe I Can Fly. Play the song, right? Play Tiny's hit songs. Play hit songs, right? They are so different from all the JQ songs. And it took time for Hammer to get, when Hammer gets his break, it was so big because the sound in vogue at the time was not what they were doing. That's what I'm trying to tell you, that Sak and all the boys I've mentioned, Asem, Gemini, Shaker, Q, Motia, Dogo, Kwata. I managed Kwata for 2 years. We did a baby track. We had to get Guilty to sing before we go a break again. Can you believe it? We got him to sing. I need you, baby. He had to sing before we go a break. And then I remember that time the label was saying that, oh, make him not sing. He said, no, if I'm not singing, they're going to go mind me. Because you know, at the time, everybody was singing. So if Guilty comes to tell you that, Charlie, when he's coming back, Charlie, the industry no mind him, you say he's lying? Come on, bro.
But of course,
you guys want them to dilute their content.
You guys never mind.
And they never.
So I respect artists like Sakode, right?
Don't you?
In the interview, when they asked him about Afrobeat and going to the end of the interview, he said, "Oh, he respects Wizkid, he respects Davido, Burna Boy, and the commercial sound they are doing, and he enjoys it. Once in a while, he does that. But when it comes to he himself." No pressure.
Oh,
he likes to do hip hop.
No, let me tell a record.
He likes to do hip hop.
In case you don't know, you go kill me. Sak never liked that record. Till now, he never liked it.
Oh, but you see,
he has not done any song like it before.
You see, the point is that
Kanye has a record that he never liked.
I'm saying,
Gold Digger. He never liked the record.
What I'm saying is,
because you know why? It's not him.
Good. So it's not because you like the thing, that's why you're doing it. Sometimes
but he doesn't dilute his content, and he kept to his thing. He came to dilute, like EO. Let me see EO for example, right? One of the best hip hop artists that we have recent time.
True.
When EO does hip hop,
that's undisputed.
Yes, when EO does hip hop in Ghana, look at the weight. When he does Afrobeat, see the difference. Mina Gopo and all the songs that they're not. So even in his one of his bar, I think it was bar 2 about, he said I had to sell out, right? I had to sell out to get it and come back. So it tells you that rappers know that if they don't dilute their sound, you guys mainstream, you will not playlist them.
Okay,
it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yes, someone like Sakode still sticks to not diluting his sound.
Yeah,
that should be respected.
But it's still a fact that,
and by the way, people love hip hop. And by the way, he's right. Push was big after Baby. Don't get
That's
it
what
wrong.
I was trying to say.
Push
That's what I was trying to say.
and Young.
Even Burger
became big after
Nana,
Baby.
you got it
That's
wrong.
what I'm telling you.
I never said that. I never said that. Before we go, let me put it on record. I never said that Push was bigger than Baby or Push became bigger before Baby. What I said was, or what I tried to communicate.
Push was big on radio.
No, Push was big
on radio after Baby. Do your record.
You see,
listen. The new guy conversation
at the end of the day,
when we sent Ace with the Sako the freestyle, when he used
young,
yes, when we sent Ace that freestyle, right, and we worked on it. When he met Ace, he played the thing. And I think I performed at somewhere in the theater or something. The crowd was
at the Dome.
Do the mathematics. Look at where Ace released that song, and when he did the cover of that song, and check where it blew from. It never blew from radio, bruh. It didn't.
Those days, me and my friends. That's why I'm kind of very passionate about someone like Sarkodie. I remember when me and my friends were living together, where 6 boys living in one room. When we used to, when Sarkodie drops the song today, tomorrow morning, everybody on our campus heard the song because we would download it and play it for everybody to hear. And that's how we were promoting Sarkodie because we loved him.
Lord Kenya and all these great, amazing legends who have done great music, right? They were part of the sound of the time.
Yeah.
Let's not get it twisted.
Oh, but that one.
Listen, Kwade, for instance, Kwade was part of the sound of the time. So radio was playlisting Kwade. You come Mape and things were beautiful records.
When you listen
to time, you know, Ghana music. Ghana music took a curve. Listen, when we take a curve, those times. Now, I say, when Ghana music takes a curve that time, a lot of artists goes to that time. Yeah. And you know what happens? Radio also follows.
Yeah, that. Because so that's what the artists are doing.
So and those people who don't dilute their content at the time, they don't get playlists. I'm telling you, Jeso, Bolde, Gemini, Shaker, Q, all the rappers at the time were doing really good hip hop music. They never had mainstream support.
Let me correct something said about Kofo Kwade. I need to correct about Kofo Kwade.
Do that.
Kofo Kwade wasn't part of the sound, but he had hits which were part of the sound, like Yoko Mape. Most of his songs, he had his own sound.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm saying that when somebody passed away, I'll give an example. When Lord Kenya and the late Dasoja Kokoko, they passed away. All of, like I'm saying that, it became more of sing and rap combination, and then JQ brought Castro, and then became more singing, and then you end with a bit of rap, and then people begin to toe the line. So any artist that lead the path at the time was what everybody would do. I remember there's the young guys from Kumasi, quite they breaking. We had a lot of artists like that coming from Kumasi. K1 and things were coming. So if anybody doesn't understand the sound of Ghana time, you should go and look for that article I wrote in 2009. It's called Hip Life as High Life, High Life as Hip Life.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Right. My former boss Obua would like to take credit for Kwade's success.
One of the most underrated, finest.
Boy is one of the greatest artists in Ghana ever.
It's true.
It's Kabinabo.
Yes.
That he also led a path.
Yes.
What am I saying?
But say he created a sound that Okwade is using.
With the Aduaki kind of
Mesundaya is a typical example of what we're saying. But you see, all these sounds were part of the Ghanaian sound at the time. A hip life and high life. Therefore, within them spoke into your boy easy man mainstream radio. But the hardcore hip hop, why was Bola powerful on radio? Why was
Bola was playing some of these songs?
Yeah, because he was Hammer. He was He was only the personal or championing Hammer's agenda. And I'm saying that if at that time now Okano. Right? He was the only person championing. If Sarkodie says that Mention was not playing him, also
Sarkodie has a lot of respect for Bola.
Okay, Martin.
So, let me give shout out to this guy on Universe. Let me give shout out to this guy on Universe. I've forgotten his name. He does a
Dr. Carl.
Yes, amazing guy.
He also did well on Universe. Abrantepa also did well on Universe.
Yes, let me give shout out to
Abrantepa. Abrantepa did very well on Universe.
That's what I wanted to say.
Because Abrantepa was putting people on who were not.
The mainstream thing that you've been saying, I know. In those days, I was listening to Focus FM, Focus FM, KNUST. I mean, we are wrapping up. Focus FM, KNUST, and they were playing these songs. These were the times that we had.
KNUST is like Universe, right?
Wait, yes.
But at the end of the day, it's mainstream.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, Koja Koto Boatin, at that time, he was called X-Ray DJ. Now it's City FM. NY DJ was there. He was playing the Kwame Scientific. Now it's YFM.
No, but NY DJ is not... Was it NY DJ those days?
No, wait. I'm just saying.
Listen.
It was just an incubator. It's just an incubator. It was just an incubator for mainstream.
I'm saying, listen, I'm saying that I had a long journey in this business. Right? I've worked on the likes of J So themselves before. I'm telling you, there was a lot of pain. Those are you hear a lot of good music, you see a lot of artists.
Yeah.
It took Black Kevin Beats what? Miracle, 600 beats, miracle.
Yeah.
To get attention.
That song was huge.
Yeah, because you see, when they get, like I'm saying earlier, I'm saying, if those hip hoppers get the attention, it's huge because it's different.
Shouts to Dr. Cow. Dr. Cow is doing amazing work.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Cow.
Yes, we'll see you guys next week.
Yeah. So
big-headed dude.
Everybody's entitled to tell their story however they want to tell it.
Yeah.
Story.
But it doesn't mean you should distort the facts.
What facts did
he didn't distort the facts.
I'm not saying anybody.
He massaged the facts to benefit him. He didn't distort it.
So because he was managed by Duncan.
No.
And because he's successful on Kasahari level. Before Oba Kasahari not on rapid.
Oh, Nana won't hear.
Even Amrado. Amrado can say on what's gonna rapid. Amrado. Or what rapid. Exactly.
My producer you want more
what's rapid?
And to say mention a boy encounter.
What's it?
But the song we did together was dope.
No,
we pushed it. We pushed that song. It didn't work.
Let me put it on record. I did not quit rap because mainstream was not pushing. I needed to focus on other things.
Okay. Okay, I say why.
I needed to focus on other things.
Yeah. I met here in one of my those hustling days, and somebody told you that so this boy he try rap. You watch me and say, you're not hungry now. Because mainstream, not they mind me. So I stop.
Yeah.
Let me give
I think almost everybody in the industry is a field rapper.
Almost everybody in the industry is a field rapper. My rap no discuss which one. My rap no discuss nana. It's a rap.
You can try to say
rap.
Wait, before we go, let me give shout out to these guys. Sit there, Ashes, Bullet of Faith Project.
Yeah.
Faith Project was one of the biggest, smallest organization pushing our talent like Tiny, Sam Trophy, Timaya, Gasmela, DKB, that like now Pache. What's different? Like I'm saying, this real hip hoppers, people are getting the attention. Bro, that time Dick Kwache was called the DKB of Ghana.
Yes.
And nobody was playing him. So if Kwache comes to tell you that on the come up, mainstream never listened to me, he's not lying. He just didn't stop.
All right, so that's Nani already.
Don't forget that OD42 was popular. Some charted the park. I managed OD4 for 4 years.
Yeah.
We did the
OD4.
We did a great work.
Were you his manager when he did Darling?
Yes.
Okay.
Now also after Darling, we did a lot of records.
Those days,
and when
this guy was sending like 50 emails
names to Marvelous, mainstream stopped.
Those days when I was with High Newspaper, Nanaya will send you 50 emails of 50 different artists in a day.
Okay, so
but I dare not say that I was the go-to youngest. Because at the time I was very young. If I say it, Ghanaians will say
those days.
But I did it.
Jamestar, Love FM, Andy Dusty, Andy Otek FM, Andy moved to Angel FM around that time. Then he moved to Hello FM. Also no mainstream, no boy, no pa. Yes. So you heard Nania already. Nania is at oneplayafrica.com. Nenebi is a columnist. Now he's also a poet. We are not done yet. When I return, I'll give you updates on the GhanaWeb Excellence Award. Stick and stay. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, the final lap now. The show is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juicy smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Tuesdays are Super Family Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And before we wrap up, let me give you an update on the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. I'm sure you know about the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards because you helped us in filing the nominations. Now, after the nominations were open on July 5 to August 31, a 9-member board has sat and scrutinized it, giving us a short list of the nominees. So we have 5 persons under each category. We have 17 categories in all. But in case you didn't know about the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, it seeks to offer GhanaWeb audience and the general public the opportunity to recognize outstanding Ghanaians who have helped in the development of the country. This is the first ever audience-powered award scheme organized by an online media platform in Ghana to celebrate role models and future leaders who would inspire Ghanaian communities and make the country a better place to live. Now here is how to vote. There are 2 ways you can vote. The first one is to visit our website www.ghanaweb.com. Now, we have the links that will direct you to a website that you can cast your vote there. So we've placed the links randomly in our text or in our stories. So you chance on them and then you click on them. It takes you to the website and then you are able to vote for your nominee. Alternatively, just punch in this address bit.ly/GhanaWeb-vote, and then you have the website and you can vote. bit.ly/GhanaWeb-vote, or you can vote via text. Dial *713*81#. Then you enter the nominee code, and then you select the votes bundle, you make payment and vote. This you can do across all network. Now, beneath our stories too, you'll find the list of your nominees and their respective nominee code, so that if you are voting via text, you can have their nominee code, and then you punch in as soon as you dial the *713*81#. So these are the 2 ways by which you can vote for your favorite nominee. Remember, the voting is on. The main event will be held in December. So we announce the day, the very day, and then the venue. And so keep reading GhanaWeb, keep watching all our programs, Bloggers Forum, People and Places, The Untold, Moons and Cuddles, Eyes on the Ground, all of them, BizTech, and then you get updates on the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. So one to say, and go for tunas or more favorite winner. Then the question comes in: did you vote? So yes, vote. Let's make this program a success. Thank you very much for watching this episode of Bloggers Forum. But remember, the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign is still ongoing. Let's help reduce the rate of accidents on our road. If you see anything that poses as a threat to lives and properties, alert us. We are live on social media. We are very interactive on all social media platforms. Is at the GhanaWeb, at the GhanaWeb. Alternatively, send us a mail, newswires@ghanaweb.com. You can film and send us the videos, or just prompt us. We will actually act upon it and bring authorities updates so that they will help rectify the situation. Thank you for watching this episode of Bloggers Forum. I've been on the show with Nania Radio is with OnePlayAfrica.com. Nenebi is a columnist and a poet. We see you some other time with yet another riveting discussion. I am Benefo Buaben Abrantipa.
One of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story. One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, you achieve those challenges.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
Hello, my name once again is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on the tips about breast cancer, we are going to continue on risk factors. The last time we mentioned that there are two types of risk factors, modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Today we want to talk a bit more about the non-modifiable risk factors. Non-modifiable risk factors are risk factors we can do nothing about. Examples include a family history of cancer, starting your menses early, a late menopause, age greater than 40, and female sex. There's nothing you can do about these risk factors because that is just the way you are. However, it's important to note these because they put you at increased chance of getting breast cancer. It will surprise you to know that over 50% of women who develop breast cancer had only 2 risk factors. Those were age greater than 40 and female gender. Those are non-modifiable risk factors. So it is really important that all women above the age of 40 are screened for breast cancer. Thank you. Join us again next time for another episode on tips about breast cancer. Hello, my name once again is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on the tips about breast cancer, we are going to continue on risk factors. The last time we mentioned that there are 2 types of risk factors, modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Today, we want to talk a bit more about the non-modifiable risk factors. Non-modifiable risk factors are risk factors you can do nothing about. Examples include a family history of cancer, starting your menses early, a late menopause, age greater than 40, and female sex. There's nothing you can do about these risk factors because that is just the way you are. However, it's important to note these because they put you at increased chance of getting breast cancer. It will surprise you to know that over 50% of women who develop breast cancer had only 2 risk factors. Those were age greater than 40 and female gender. Those are non-modifiable risk factors. So it is really important that all women above the age of 40 are screened for breast cancer. Thank you. Join us again next time for another episode on tips about breast cancer.
October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, an annual campaign set aside to raise awareness about breast cancer. In 2019, we met with 2 amazing women who are breast cancer survivors. In this month, as we mark this annual event, we bring back their stories which we believe are still relevant today. Here are the stories of Priscilla Eninfo and Juliet Mills Luthwart on The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu.
Breast cancer, according to the World Health Organization, is the leading cause of deaths in cancer cases among women. 2.1 million women are diagnosed of breast cancer annually, with about 627,000 being recorded to have died in 2018 alone. In Ghana, 4,645 breast cancer cases were recorded in 2018. With about 1,871 deaths. According to doctors, there is 90% survival rate for people who are diagnosed of the disease in the early stages. Our guests for this edition of Untold have battled and survived breast cancer, and today they take us on a trip down memory lane in their breast cancer journey.
My name is Juliet Mills Luthwart. My name is Priscilla Eninfo. 1983 was the first time that I felt a lump in my right breast. I thought it was just in my right breast. And you won't believe this. I had a cousin who is a gynecologist right in my building. He's on the 8th floor, I'm in the 19th floor. I called him 12:30 midnight when I felt this, and I said, you have to see this. And he said, don't come, I can't do anything. But I still didn't listen to him, and I went down. He examined not the right breast, but he examined both breasts. And then he gave me a note to go to one of the clinics to be examined. When I went, I was given physical examination and also mammography. Okay. And then they told me that so far everything is okay. So a year later, I went. They examined me again. And they said I should go for another biopsy. I did go, and I took the result to them. And this time, they told me that they have found something.
2008, February 14th was when I got my devastating news. Little did I know that in hindsight, it will actually be the best news I've ever gotten in my life. That day, I don't remember how I drove home from the doctor's office after receiving the news. But I remember going home, crawling up in my bed, and going to sleep. For the next 24 hours, I barely came out of my bed. And when I finally gathered myself to come out of my bed, it was time to break the news to my family, to my children. They took it well. I was actually quite surprised. What made my diagnosis dangerous was that the type of cancer I had, the nature of it was that it would grow, the possibility of it growing rapidly was higher. And where it was placed, if I did a lumpectomy, which was removing the lump, it would deform my breast. The nature of it was that it always came back, and sometimes more aggressive than it did before. So when I sat with my breast surgeon to make the decision to remove the breast, for me it was easy. Whatever I needed to do to be healthy and to be alive was what it took. It didn't matter to me. But I wanted to be sure that I was making the right choice.
They advised me to see an oncologist who will sit down with me and explain whatever they find and all that. Okay. He examined me. He told me that I will have to have surgery. Because of the time he took to explain everything to me, I asked him all the questions and everything. I was not scared one bit when finally the surgery had to be done. While they were doing the surgery, they discovered that I had cancer cells in the left one also. But he said different kind of cancer cells, not the same type as what is in here. So I will need another surgery. Now that scared me to death, because that one I wasn't prepared for it. But since he explained it to me that is it, I reasoned it this way. I have foreign things that are in my system, and they have no business being there. So if the doctors have discovered it, and I am not a doctor, whatever they say, I will go along with it.
See, the day of my surgery to remove my tumor was on my birthday. And people often ask, why did you choose your birthday? Because I knew it was a reborn for me. And I knew I wasn't going anywhere, because I know that I know that I know that I know that when God has got you, He's got you. And on that faith I stood, and it will not be shaken for me. And so my doctor sang happy birthday, and they put me under, and they did the operation. And I came out with flying colors. Look at me, do I look any different? I think I look better than I even looked before.
Prosthetics or reconstruction. Women are given the power to make a choice after going through surgery.
The hospital had people who have experienced this kind of surgery. About 4 of them came to me at different times and explained what will happen to me when I go home, and also to consider whether I would like to have the artificial breast or something, because they have actually cut both of them off. So I had a choice, whether I get the permanent one or I get the prosthesis. What I decided to do was just to use the regular prosthesis.
When the breast was removed, that same day of surgery, they begin the reconstructive process. So once they remove the breast tissue, everything is gone. Your nipple, your entire breast tissue, everything is gone. So they have to now stretch your skin. So think of removing the breast and now pulling the skin and putting in a stretcher. So the stretcher goes underneath your skin to stretch it. You would then make trips to the hospital to inject the breast weekly to slowly enlarge it to the size you want. Then you would go back, have the stretcher removed, and the implants put in. Once the implants have been put in, you would heal from that. You'd go back to the hospital and they will create your nipple. So your nipple was a pinch, they would stitch it, a pinch, they would stitch it, raising the skin, and they will create the nipple. Once the nipple is created, that would heal, and then they will tattoo the darker part on it, giving you the visual of as normal as they can get you to a breast.
Battling breast cancer is not only physically draining, but emotional as well, and patients need all the support they can get.
My husband was with me in the United States, but he was also such a busy person because he was a journalist. Not that he didn't come to see me, he came to see me all the time. He was working at the United Nations at that time, but he was a Ghana news agency correspondent. So he did the best he could in terms of support and all that. I had my daughter, the one that said she was my only daughter. And fortunately for her, she was a nurse. So at least she had an idea of what I was going through. She lived in New Jersey and I lived in New York. Apart from visiting me on a daily basis while I was going through the surgery, when she was off duty, she had the time. She came to see me.
From being diagnosed to moving on to going through my treatments, my boys would sit around me almost every night after chemo. They would keep me company. As my hair began to fall out, I allowed them to shave my hair off, giving me the power of taking my hair out, where chemo didn't have a hold on that breakdown. My husband, on the other hand, took it very well in the beginning, but years down the line, he must have thought I was still sick because the medications I would take years after the chemo would react with my body, and I would go through so many body changes, from sweats at night, where I'll have to wake up in the middle of the night and change all the bed sheets, where I would disturb his sleep because I needed to come out of the wet clothes, to just hormonal changes in my body. I gained a lot of weight. Every hair on my body was gone. I looked not so pretty. He's seen me go through it all. And sometimes when he looks at me today, I am so touched and so moved that he still sees a sexy, beautiful woman.
There is no single known cause for breast cancer, and though some women are more likely than others to develop it, all women are at risk. Some breast cancer cases are attributed to genetics, others to diet, and yet for others, environment.
My paternal aunt, that is the one after my father, she died of breast cancer. Okay, and she died here in Ghana. And it was what she went through. Probably that also helped me, you see, to make my mind fast and had this thing out of it. Because my aunt, he discovered the thing all right. Went to Kolebu, they told her what they were going to do. Do you think she will go back? Never. She didn't go back. And her husband was a native medicine doctor, you see, who I'm sure didn't know a damn thing about, you know, the lumps and the things here. But when she got scared about going for surgery, she went to her husband, who was also a medicine man, and he started treating her in his own way. And you know, breast cancer doesn't hurt at the early stages, because if you ask me, you know, what kind of pain did I feel when this thing started, I will tell you 0, because you don't feel any pain. At least I didn't feel any pain when this thing started. If I had waited to probably stage 4, okay, then maybe I'll start feeling pain. But when I went to see the doctor, they told me I am still at stage 1, going to stage 2. So what I remember telling the doctor is, cut them off. And then it is interesting. My daughter is dead. She died 2015, you see. And she also had breast cancer, you know. And she died after 5 years, going on 6. Going on 6 years, the 6th year, that's when she died. So I don't know what to say.
My cancer was not through genetics, because there was nobody in my family who got breast cancer. My cancer was purely environmental when I was tested. And even the environmental, I asked myself, what is environmental? The air I breathe, the food I eat? And I realized environmental means all of it. You see, when God gave us the world, it was clean. The rivers were clean, the ocean was clean, the earth was clean, the air was clean. We human beings pollute everything. And when we pollute it, what do? We get sick and we go and blame the devil. Look in the mirror, my dear. We are all a contributing factor to this cancer disease, to all of the diseases around. When you drink your sachet water, what do? You throw it on the floor. And what happens? It collects and it creates bacteria and it chokes our gutters and it promotes all kinds of horrible things. We are all responsible for cancer. We need to look in the mirror and make better choices with our own environment so we can live a better, clean life.
Many women are brainwashed into believing that surgery will kill them, and therefore run to herbalists and prayer centers for miracles when they are diagnosed. But our guests have this advice for them.
There is life after breast surgery, and I am a typical example. But you have to have the courage to make a big decision like this, you see, to go into it and have the surgery. Because not everybody has the courage. Some people, they want to do it, but they are scared to death. And they imagine all kinds of things. You see, will the surgery be successful? They have all these things in their mind. So you have to think about what you want out of life. Do you want life itself? You see, because if you want life itself, then you make that decision, and then the other things that follow will come.
The mistake we do is that we should believe God would heal us, but we should also believe that God's child is the doctor. God's child is the nurse. And God has used these people. God himself doesn't come from heaven to come and heal you, you know. I believe that we have pastors in our midst who are a bit radical. And I say radical in the most conservative way, because when given the opportunity to face some of those pastors, I don't think it'll be good for me. But it will be great to understand that when you are sick, along with your church praying for you, along with you getting on your knees to pray, that you do not think that you don't need the doctors. Please, my ladies, women are dying. Just last week, I was in the Volta region, and in Keta, I met a woman whose breast has opened into a flower because her pastor told her, we're going to pray for you. That prayer is great. I need every woman who is told they're going to pray for you to ask yourself, if that pastor is sick, will he come to the congregation and ask you to only pray, or will he go to the doctor as well? Our herbalists are great. I'm not knocking them. They are good for your malarias and for your stomach aches and for your little sores. Cancer is not one of them. Please go to the doctor. There are organizations like mine who help pay for women and people who cannot afford breast cancer. We will subsidize it, we will donate, we will come and help. But please go to Kolebu or Konfanoche, go to the hospitals that have the cancer centers to be able to help you. This I cannot plead with you enough. I beg of you, in order for you to live a full life, to achieve all of the goals you've set for yourself, the number one priority is health. Emerson said it best, the first wealth is health.
Hello, my name once again is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on the tips about breast cancer, we are going to continue on risk factors. The last time we mentioned that there are two types of risk factors, modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Today, we want to talk a bit more about the non-modifiable risk factors. Non-modifiable risk factors are risk factors we can do nothing about. Examples include a family history of cancer, starting your menses early, a late menopause, age greater than 40, and female sex. There's nothing you can do about these risk factors because that is just the way you are. However, it's important to note these because they put you at increased chance of getting breast cancer. It will surprise you to know that over 50% of women who develop breast cancer had only two risk factors. Those were age greater than 40 and female gender. Those are non-modifiable risk factors. So it is really important that all women above the age of 40 are screened for breast cancer. Thank you. Join us again next time for another episode on tips about breast cancer.
One of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story. One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, you achieve those challenges.
what can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations, you're doing a good job.
So, do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your socio-political program that gives you all the relevant issues that matter to you. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss the transport industry and how it drives the economy. Our guest is a key stakeholder in the transport business and is the best person to speak to us on this issue. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest is the head of communication at the Ghana Private Road Transport Union, Mr. Abbas Ibrahim Moro. Welcome, Mr. Moro.
Thank you.
So GPRTU was set up in 1967, and since then we've been hearing about GPRTU, mostly when it has to do with transportation. What's the mandate of GPRTU?
Oh, averagely, we are into private transport operations. And currently, undisputedly, the leading private transport operators in the country. So you can see we grow from strength to strength. And I believe we've also served Mother Ghana well. That is why we are still the leading contender in the race.
So how does one become a member? Do you just have to go to the office and sign up?
Yes, anywhere at all you decide to work with, and those in charge, we have constitution which guides us to be sure that we do the right thing, not to cheat the public, not to cheat our members. So if you decide to work with Jowulu, any GPRTU station within Jowulu catchment area, you have to approach them, inform them of your intention. Every union has their bylaws. Some will immediately accept you as a member. Others will put you on probation because we don't want a driver who steals. We don't want a driver who insults our clients, who are our passengers. So every union has their bylaws. Others will put you on probation, about 3 months, others 6 months, to look at your character, the way you interact with your members, the way you interact with our clients. And they will closely monitor you to find out if somebody leave items in your vehicle, will you return it to the office? Some instances they will try you and see if you are a honest person or so, because if you are not a honest person, there are instances people leave money, huge sum of money in bags. The drivers return them to the office. When the owner come looking for it, they give it back to the owner. Whatever the owner gives to the driver, there are a lot of blessing in it, say, compared to somebody who will take it away.
So drivers' mates, that's the conductors, yes, are they also legible to apply to be members of GPRT?
And you have to, but until you have passed through the hurdle, you have become a driver, your master has been able to help you acquire a driving license for you. Secondly, they have to be sure when you were going under that tutelage of becoming a driver, your behavior also counts.
So without a license, you can't be a member?
No. With that, because that is for drivers, it's not for mates.
Okay.
You see, if you become a member, meaning you are a driver in the union, you also contribute to build up the union. So this is how it is. And now, there's people who are fighting to look for the viable ones. As I speak now, most of the viable unions have bylands, put up buildings for their members. Most have also bylands for their members. There is 1 or 2 unions also who, what they do is they look for about, when they work for some time, 2 or 3 people who has now qualified for the assistant that they are operating. They will ask you, the 2 of you, to go and look for a vehicle. They will buy for you, you also pay. And meanwhile, before, you won't pay for the full cost because you also contributed and they bought some for somebody.
Yeah.
So when they buy it for you, they slash the amount down to some stage and ask you to work and pay for that amount, not the full cost. So this is what most of our people are doing now.
So how do we identify drivers who are members of GPRTU? Do they have a special sticker on their cars or something?
Yes, we have. Oh, I've left my ID card in my car. I wish. No, this is my complimentary. No, we have ID cards that we've done for all members. Initially, Greater Accra started. Currently, all over the country. Currently, we have an identity card with GPRTU. Your union is stated, your position in the union. If you are the chairman or a member, it's also stated on the card. And those in the Greater Accra, our regional chairman and me being the secretary, my number, the 2 numbers are on it. So anybody who drops his or her card somewhere, immediately somebody picks it, they call us, and we arrange for the owner to go for it. The recent one was at Medina. Someone who drops his ID card in a purse, his Ghana card is also inclusive. You know, Ghana card, there is nothing to trace you out. Your number is not on, your telephone number could not be seen on it. And
unless you go to the office.
Yes. And his bank card is also in it. So the person calls and we arrange, we ask for the person's number. It was a lady. So we looked for the driver. Immediately we called the welfare. They were able to get the driver for us, and we gave them the lady who found the items telephone number, and he went and collected it and thanked the lady faithfully.
So talking about the ID card, there are some drivers who misbehave, and you see passengers or customers, I would like to call them that, complaining, but there's no way to identify these drivers. Is it mandatory for drivers who are members of GPRTU to show their cards so people could pick up their identity?
You see, we must be honest to ourselves. GPRTU, undisputedly, as I said, the leading private transport operators in the country. We have cooperatives as well. We have Protoa as well. This concern are there, committed are there. But those that we believe who are most recalcitrant, I'm not saying we don't have recalcitrant drivers in our midst. No, that's not what I'm saying. But those that we have identified to be are the floating drivers, those who does not belong to any organization at all, because they know you can't trace him anywhere. They can get away with it. But by then, law does not permit them to work, because the law says anybody who wants to operate commercial driving business must belong to an entity. They can go and form theirs or come and belong to any of the existing ones. But yet they are operating freely without any problem at all. So they are the most problem causes. They are the most people who has been creating most of, because about a month ago I traveled to Mankasim, and there were some sprinters on the way they were driving, my brother, very, very dangerous. And these are the people who really does not. So I took one of the nomads. When I got to Kaneshe, I tried to find out, and they don't belong to any, over there. And it wasn't healthy at all. I believe something must be done. The law must take its course and make sure, because in case these two drivers that I saw that they were driving dangerously, overtaking about 7 vehicles at a time, and one instant he nearly ended up with a head-on collision. And I was, you see, because of my work as what I'm doing today, I was trying to maintain the prescribed speed, which is not above 80 kilometers per hour, and I looks like a stranger on the road. Oh, eventually, almost everybody was overtaking me, because I was driving, I was maintaining the prescribed speed limit on that road. You see, so these are some of the causes. Most of this recalcitrant, I'm not saying, well, we'll have one or two in every society. You know how we behave.
So in case a driver is misbehaving, and this driver has a card or hanging
this
on
is what.
So this is the card we are talking about.
Let me pick it out for you.
Sure. So in case the driver has this card that you are holding, which is a card that shows
which has my picture,
membership, it has your picture, your name, and position,
my name,
and also the branch
that I belong to. I'm also a chairman at the Abekan La Paz main branch. I'm the chairman over there. It indicates that yes, if I am a member in that branch too, it will indicate that a member in that Abekan La Paz main branch, it will indicate.
In case a driver having this card, which means he's a member of GPRT, breaks the laws, just as you saw someone breaking the law, what should a passenger do?
You shouldn't hesitate. If you are traveling from Accra to, say, Mankasim or Cape Coast or Kumasi, when you get to the station, you have to report to the authorities over there, and they will take it up.
So you have to pick the car number, or you have to ask,
and the time that you travel with that vehicle. Immediately you report to them. They will take it up. There is an instance, somebody went to New Plant Station and sent a parcel. He was supposed to register the parcel, but he just get in touch with a driver and gave him the parcel. It was containing money. He did not disclose it to the driver. I believe that driver suspected that the parcel was containing money. The money doesn't get to its final destination. We penalize the driver for doing that, you see. So if you report, whoever you report to, that union's executive will pick it up, because if you don't, you are eventually going to lose your passengers. Now look at the competition in our industry. So if you don't do something to protect your job and maintain your customers and engage more customers, meaning you are going to, run at a loss. You are going to lose your passengers. Hence, when you report, but normally when you report, we shall investigate to make sure that what you said is the truth. Then whatever punitive action that we are supposed to take, we'll do that.
Ride-hailing services like Uber and Bolt, can they be members of GPRT, or are they even members of GPRT?
Currently, Tango is trying to negotiate something with us, so they are all welcome.
Oh, so they can be members?
They can be members if they want. Like some section of Tango want to engage us in some flexible business. They are all welcome. All of them are welcome.
And what about commercial motorbike riders?
We don't. You see, my brother, I always try to dodge commercial motorbikes answers. But let me briefly tell you something. If something is good, it's good. There is an adage which says, if I tell you the truth and you cry, it's better than telling you lies to laugh. You see, let's speak the truth. In our statutory books, they are not to operate as commercial entities. Both the 2 legs and the tricycles, all of them are not supposed to operate as commercial entities. And authorities are watching. They are saying nothing about it. So I normally don't want to complain, because if something is bad and you want to paint it as good, look at the number of people they are killing. They have killed and they are still killing. In case government decides that, oh, let's commercialize them, let's sit down with them, let's regulate them, let's show them what to do, what not to do, I don't think the number of people killed as of today will get to that number. But here we are. Nothing has been done. The illegality is always going on. So normally it has now turned into politics. So I don't want to mingle politics with my work. So I've decided not to. Say, because whatever I do, whatever I say, I have children, I have wives, I have relatives. I don't want somebody to use something against me for me to blame myself or regret ever doing that. So I don't mingle politics with my work. If you ask me things, I will say the way it is. Either you like it or not. It will give some people credit. It will discredit some people. But eventually when you go home and just put your head on your pillow, oh yes, what this gentleman says is the truth and nothing but the truth. This is the way I want to brand myself.
So between January and July 2021, the country had 9,520 accidents. And this, or amongst this, we had private vehicles having the highest, 6,829. The commercial vehicles had 5,726. And then the motorbikes you are talking about, they had 3,671.
The motorbikes that you asked me about.
Yes.
I'm not talking
Sorry.
about.
So the motorbikes that I asked you about, of course. So they had about 3,671. So you could see the accidents, the percentage of accidents is increasing. And now the motorcycles have added to it. And we have private vehicles at the top of it. And I heard you in our discourse, with the GhanaWeb road safety seminar, where you were pushing that
challenge someone.
Private vehicles are causing more accidents than commercial vehicles. So what are you doing to put your drivers on track?
My brother, I want to say this, and I want to GhanaWeb to put it on record. I never knew you have a TV program. I've been opening on the social media, GhanaWeb. Every morning I have to look for the current events. That is where I look my programs at. You see, my brother, I want you to put this on record. Currently, the Cape Coast Takoradi Road has recorded more accidents, I believe, than the Kumasi Road. But that is the safest road we have, I would say, in the country. Because if you move from Kasua, they have erected road signs indicating you can drive 80 kilometers. When you move forward, getting closer to a town, they have also directed you or instructed you to reduce the speed to 50. You take 50, when you get to somewhere that you have to, there is a sign indicating that you can now go 80 kilometers. There is one sharp curve, there is a sign for that. You have two sharp curves ahead of you. There is a sign to that. Where zebra crossing have been erected, the first zebra crossing sign with white background, you will see it. The second zebra crossing with blue background, you will see it, and there is zebra crossing marking on the road. So I see no reason why. But by then, I'm saying you should put this on record. If police will take it upon themselves and make sure we have our 6 speed checking on the road, 6 sections from Accra to Kumasi, 6 or 8, there won't be any accident recorded. Although if there will be even an accident recorded, it will be about 1 or 2, because my brother, most of these accidents are being caused by some of these recalcitrant drivers. And I was insisting that day that they should say the way it is, that private cars outnumber the commercial cars, because most of the time they create the accidents and they get away with it because they have flashy cars, very smart cars. They will try to overtake wrongfully. And if a commercial car carrying so many people, see, you just can't crash into an oncoming vehicle. You try to salvage the situation whereby you end up languishing comfortable somewhere in the bush just for the private car to pass through. So most of the accidents are being caused by most of these flashy vehicles. Now that our people have also changed their attitude small, you see the record now. I will also say the later education we've now started, on our people has also yielded positive result. Although the accident recorded, we are not happy with it. The number is also still on the higher side. So we are still advising our people to make sure the right things should be done. They should go straightly by the road signs, all the signs indicating there is a sharp curve. Kindly accept it in good faith, indicating that you are not supposed to drive more. The other day, I think we have a meeting with National Road Safety Authority, and I was telling them to have a look at the Kumasi Road. If you get to a new plan at Achimata, you see a sign of 80 kilometers. If you move towards in Sawam, you know, when using the new road, there is a total filling station on your right side. Just after the total filling station, you will see 100 kilometers erected over there, and you see 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. So I was reminding them that they should have a look on the road and make sure some of the speed signs should be erected over there. Secondly, I also saw something from Apenkwan overhead on the N1 highway, driving towards La Paz. Just at the Apenkwan overpass, you see 80 kilometers erected over there, which shouldn't have been the case, because now the place is densely populated area. Children have been crossing from Achimata and Kotema to Apenkwan cluster of schools. So if you still maintain that 80 kilometers, you are telling drivers to be killing our children. Now, if you move further to Abrante Sport, around Abrante, there is the same 80 kilometers also mounted over there. So I was telling them they should revisit it and reduce those places to 50 kilometers, because if you are driving around 50 kilometers and even an elderly or a young or a child crosses, you can salvage the situation compared to the 80 kilometer speed. So these are some of the things that we should all try to help, so that we check it out and make sure right things are being done.
There's a lot of work to be done. We'll come back after this break to talk about your number of members that you have. Also, we'll talk about the quality of vehicles. This is a concern that has been coming up day in, day out. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail. Akwe will be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. We are talking with Mr. Abbas Ibrahim Moro. I almost forgot your name. He's the head of communication for GPRTU. So we talked a lot about some things that need to be done, like changing the speed limits on our roads, because some roads are growing, and also putting some speed stops on our major roads from Accra to Kumasi and all of that. So still back to the GPRTU. How many members do you have now?
Oh, very huge. We are trying to get the data of all the regions and our total number. We've given that to a consultant.
Okay.
It's the same consultant who is working on our ID card.
Yes.
So every region, when he finishes, he just tally up. So he's still working on it. So after we'll get there, we want to see how huge or how big we are.
In 2011, it was quoted that you were 120,000. Even that one alone is huge.
That was
it's really
even
big.
a rough estimate.
Yes, rough estimate. So right now, if let's assume we are even 500,000, even 1 million, that means that you drive the economy, because it means you transport people back and forth all over the country. How are the changes in terms of the policies that are being made with importation of vehicles, importation of car parts, also fuel, fuel prices going up and all of this? How does it affect the union? How does it affect the drivers?
Yes, you see, don't forget, Ghana is not a developed country, it's a developing country. So you have to look at our income, our living condition, and you understand where we are coming from. In case your daddy was a civil servant, he is now out of 60 years and above, and the pension money given to him, he decides to run transport with it. And your daddy comes out maybe 10 years now. You can imagine that 10-year vehicle will not be the same as 2 months vehicle. Definitely the vehicle will experience some sort of cracks. But in Ghana, we are so crafty that even colonial days vehicle could be turned into something new. Some of these vehicles that we are using, although you might know it, for example, like the LT buses that we are using. You know, the LT buses are a little aged, but when you sit in most of them and you listen to the engines, the movement, you say vehicles doesn't get old as we've been saying it. If only you want to maintain it, you want to use it. So currently we've been encouraging our people to make sure the vehicle you have is what you live on. No matter how aged it is, kindly make sure if the engine is weak, look for a very good engine to it. If the body has a lot of scratches on it, send it to the panel beater, let him recondition it. You spray it, the upholstery, you do it very nicely so that you can continue to do business with it. GPRTU, as you asked, last year we brought in some vehicles which are currently running Kumasi with our name on it, GPRTU Greater Accra. And just last week we had another new vehicles also, that is 34-seater buses. We are trying to do our best and make sure we'll use all those new ones to replace the old ones as we are moving forward. But you can't do that overnight. So I would say we will still continue to take that credit.
So you are for maintenance now, and then eventually you will change the cars, the vehicles are on the road, because there are a lot of complaints about vehicles being rusty and all of that. I know it's not a GPRTU problem, because you're not the only union.
We accept it, because in Ghana, when I was growing up, the best toothpaste we have is Pepsodent. And if anybody wants to send you to buy toothpaste, I Pepsodent or Bahame. So we accept it, that because we are the best, we are the leading. Anybody who accuses us, yes, we accept it that way. But that doesn't mean whoever drives recalcitrantly he's from JPRTU. Most of the time we are being accused for things that we never did.
So recently there was a fuel subsidy issue that came up, and everybody is screaming in the country. How are your drivers taking it?
My brother, say just 2-3 days ago we came up with 13% upward adjustment. Nobody, you are a journalist. You were all expecting around 25-20% increment. And we came up with 13%, looking at the living condition of our people, our clients, the passengers that joins our vehicle, etc., etc. And we are thinking today that we've come out with some of the levies, taxes, and margins that government should have a second look, reduce this about 5 or so from the fuel price, so that the fuel price will be slashed down. Just 3 days ago that we came up with this project, everybody was, oh, the transport operators have done well. Everybody has just forgotten about the good work we did. They are saying, oh, why you want this, you want that. Yes, this is the business we do. A driver lives happily because at the end of the day, for example, if you have a vehicle, you've given the vehicle to me, we've come to gentleman agreement that every day I'll make a daily sales of 100 Ghana. Averagely, you will pay me twice what I do, which is 200 Ghana. Can I survive on that 200 Ghana, my brother? You tell the whole world that no, I want to hear from you. Can I survive as my monthly salary on that 200 Ghana? I want to hear from you.
Everybody has
no, not everybody. Can I survive on?
Everybody is different.
No,
I can't survive on that.
Yes. Say say it properly.
I can speak for myself. I can't survive on that.
I mean, who can survive on 200 Ghana? But because at the end of the day, the driver will get about 20 Ghana. You see, we must be honest to ourselves when we are dealing with the public. I'm teaching, you're also teaching. So let's teach them the truth. The truth will be supported with faith. And you also get blessing from that faith. If I get 20 Ghana a day, if I go home, I can leave some, or early morning I can leave some. Meanwhile, this 20 Ghana a day, times 26 working days in a month, whatever I get plus the 200 Ghana, I'll get something reasonable. So we are not much worried. But it doesn't, we are not saying that because we were born in the same vicinity, we grew up in the same vicinity, me and you, we attend the same school. You decide to continue in the university. I decide maybe the parents cannot afford to pay when I get to the university. You know how much you have to start paying. Maybe my parents hasn't got, so I decide to get into the driving industry. That doesn't mean I shouldn't live happily. You see, so if I decide to get into the driving industry, I have plans for that. That maybe I've seen 1 or 2 people in the industry who have been able to sacrifice, buy their own land, build their houses. They've taken care of their children. So I can also go through that the same. Now, if I don't get the 20 Ghana a day after hard day's work, I don't get that money because fuel has been increased. And when we start the business, you fill my tank for me. If I'm not careful, at the end of the day, I have to refill it for tomorrow's work. Anytime they increase the fuel, the money that I have to use to refuel the tank, it won't refuel it again. It will be, I have to add up or it will reduce. Meaning the daily 20 Ghana that I have to take home, I have to take some and add up before I'll be able to fill the tank for the next day's job. If it continues the way it has continued, from May up to October, May a liter, price of a liter, not a gallon, is around 6 cedis, 8 pesos. Today, it's around 6 cedis, 50 pesos, meaning 42 pesos has been increased on a liter of fuel. So you can imagine this 42 times the number of gallons I use a day, times 26 working days. You can imagine what I could save to take care of my family, which has gone into the fuel. So this is why today we came up with what we are saying that yes, government, where we are today, price of a gallon of petrol is around 29 cedis, some 30 pesos or 35 pesos. We are saying that if some of these taxes could be slashed out of the taxes, levies, and margins on a gallon, we could save something small. The price 29 could come down to around 18 cedis, some pesos, whereby the driver at the end of the day could also save something small. Yeah. If care is not taken, we are saying this, and we are with the government that if it doesn't, then we have no choice than to come up with another upward adjustment. Else we can't survive. And I don't think there's anybody who will take a bucket from here to the Maxmart, or what is the name of that? Yes. You have to go and fetch water from Maxmart to your studio. By the time the person gets here, there is no water in the bucket. That person will go back with the same leaking bucket to the same Maxmart, unless the person is not good upwards. Yeah. But anybody who's normal like we are will not go back again. That's what we are doing today. You wake up at dawn, look at the race job that we are doing. At times you will be on your way and somebody will come and kill you. Yeah. You work and at the end of the day you don't get anything. I mean, nobody, if care is not taken, there will be a time nobody will get into the driving industry because it won't be lucrative. Nobody will go into it because when you get into it, you will work and you won't get anything out of it.
So how do you measure or calculate the amount of money to add or to increase the prices? How do you do that measurement?
Oh, my brother, 1 + 1. 1 + 1. We are discussing, we are educating the public. 1 + 1. It's 2. And 2 - 1 is 1. If you have money, you are working with it, and the money is declining. I mean, nobody will tell you you are fighting a lose battle. You have to know that, oh, this increment from May up to October, oh, we have suffered so much that we are not making any headway.
So do you do it together with the other unions?
We are in the same business together, so they are also aware.
Okay.
And this time we all came together and brought out the press release that is on the media today.
And it's very timely because normally what we see is the moment there's an increase in fuel, the people you call the floating drivers, then they increase even before we get the official information from the unions.
We've been taking our time because, like as I said, we believe in dialogue. We don't want to take decision whereby tomorrow there will be loopholes in the decision taking. So normally we take our time, make a very good consultation before coming out. And secondly too, we believe in dialogue. You can mark it. We've never staged a strike before because we know very well when we do, there will be loss of lives, and we can't. When we call back the strike, we can't resurrect the people who has died. I'm saying this because most villages, we work from the villages to the big cities. And if we decide, education that we are giving, all the drivers are listening and they are happy. And because we are doing the same business, they, Monkamaye, we are not getting anything. So if government does not dialogue with us and come to a very good compromise, and we say, okay, then let's increase our lorry fares to this percentage. Normally, everybody will embrace it. And if not, and we wake up tomorrow, so effective from tomorrow, nobody should work. We should be mindful, it's not the government who buy the vehicles for us. We bought our vehicles on our own. We maintain it on our own, and we are working to make sure we also make more profit on it. So if our people embrace it, and we don't work, and the sick persons to be transported from one village to the big city because we are not working, we don't do. And that sick person dies. Tomorrow, if we call off the strike, how do we resurrect the person? We are not saying, when West come to West, we'll take that decision. But we don't believe in, radical actions. We believe in dialogue. So now that we've put it on board, we believe government will say wisdom in what we are saying. They will definitely get closer and will come up with something reasonable.
Okay, we wish the GPRT well and all drivers, and we hope the government listens, as you say. Is there any final word you want to say to the drivers and also those who use your vehicles?
We are getting to December, and normally during this festive mood, there are a lot of businesses attracting our people to travel to places they've never been before, or at times overspeeding, making sure you have to go faster than you used to do. We plead with all drivers across board that this is our profession. Currently, our profession has no good name. Anybody who hits the road is a driver. But anytime there is a problem, it's being attributed to a professional commercial driver. So we should be very careful. We should reduce the accident more than what is on record. How do we do that? We have to go by the road signs and the instructions, by maintaining our vehicle also. If you know you have a defective tire, try to change it so that you protect yourself. If you know you are having problem with your vehicle, don't take that attitude by let me go and come. Make sure you rectify it before going, so that we make sure our profession becomes the best out of the whole lot.
Thank you very much, Abbas Ibrahim Moro. This is the Lowdown. My name is Akwe Ismail Akwe. We've been talking about the road safety and how transportation, or the transportation industry, drives the economy. And there are so many issues that need to be looked at, and our guest has taken us through all of them and given some solutions and advice as well to drivers and to all stakeholders. Watch us every week on GhanaWeb TV. This is the Lowdown. Be safe.
Hello, my name once again is Dr. Samson Sala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on the tips about breast cancer, we are going to continue on risk factors. The last time we mentioned that there are two types of risk factors, modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Today we want to talk a bit more about the non-modifiable risk factors. Non-modifiable risk factors are risk factors you can do nothing about. Examples include a family history of cancer, starting your menses early, a late menopause, age greater than 40, and female sex. There's nothing you can do about these risk factors because that is just the way you are. However, it's important to note these because they put you at increased chance of getting breast cancer. It will surprise you to know that over 50% of women who develop breast cancer had only two risk factors. Those were age greater than 40 and female gender. Those are non-modifiable risk factors. So it is really important that all women above the age of 40 are screened for breast cancer. Thank you. Join us again next time for another episode on tips about breast cancer.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
Welcome to another edition of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. My name is Lord Harris Idwasare. Today we speak to another accident victim. Our guest today is a content creator, a creative lead, and on the side he likes to MC and make people happy. Our guest today is David Dawoku. Thanks for speaking with us.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you for having me.
Great. Let's talk about your accident. How did it happen?
So, when you say accident, it sounds very big because people have gone through a lot more.
Well, that is true.
But for mine was, I'll say in one word, it was unexpected, right? It wasn't a major accident where there were casualties and stuff like that. But for me, for someone who has, throughout my life, I've not been in an accident before. And so this one was still very traumatic for me.
It shook you?
Yeah, it shook me. I was on my way to work, so at the time I used to work at Star FM.
When was this?
This was in 2015.
Okay.
So it's a good, I think, 6 years, ago. I was on my way to work. I used to live at North Legon at the time. And heading to Star FM Akanda, you usually use the Tetekwashi interchange. So I was on the straight route from Legon towards Accra. So this was shortly before you get to Spanner Junction by Accra Mall. So I was driving at normal speed. And then I heard a screeching sound ahead of me. Now this was like, the road was free, but there were still a bit of cars on the road. So I would say about 5 to 6 cars ahead of me.
Okay.
So I heard a screeching sound, and then I realized that the screeching sound continued with different cars. Like each of the cars stopped abruptly.
Okay.
And so this happened until it got to my car as well. So I realized that the car in front of me stopped abruptly. So I had no option but to step on the brakes. So I ended up hitting the car in front of me. I realized that the other cars had hit each other. It was a pile-up.
Okay. Is it that you didn't see it early? That's why you also hit?
Yes, I didn't see it early. I was just, like, imagine this, you are just driving and then all of a sudden the car in front of you stops.
Abruptly, okay. There
was no waiting time, nothing.
Reaction time.
So reaction time was very short.
Okay.
Probably a few seconds. So I had to step on my brakes, but I ended up hitting the person in front of me. And a few seconds later, the person behind me, like I felt some impact, very heavy impact, such that my head, bobbed back and forth in a very awkward manner.
Oh, okay, you jerked up.
I jerked, exactly, but I was in my seatbelt anyways.
Okay.
So, but the impact was very great. So I realized that someone had also hit me from the back. My heart was racing because I didn't know what was going on. And so I got down, I sat in the vehicle for a while to catch my breath. I got down and realized that my knee area was swollen because of the impact. I had hit not the dashboard, but where the steering wheel is, there is a plastic.
Underneath it?
Yes, underneath it. My knee had hit the place. Instantly, I felt neck pains because I had gone back and forth in an instant that I wasn't supposed to go. My heart was still racing. So I just stepped out of the vehicle, realized that the 3 cars in front of me had been badly mangled, front and back. For some reason, my car, it's just a number plate that came off.
What car were you using?
I was using a Toyota Matrix at the time.
Okay.
So it was just a number plate that had come off, and the back, I think the Toyota Matrix, the bumpers are plastic. So there was just a little crack at the back bumper as well. And in the front, besides the number plates falling off, there was a little crack there as well.
Okay.
But 3 years down the line, the effects of that accident began to show later, not on the day of the accident. So later on, when you open my bonnet and things, you see that this place is broken off and everything. But it took 3 years for that to come.
Okay.
But in any case, right after I called, I was living with my parents at the time. I wasn't married. So I called my dad. My dad came to pick me up, took me to the hospital, and right away they had to do what do you call it? There's a medical term, CTG or something, chest scan, because my heart was still racing, even an hour after the accident.
Did you kind of have a panic attack or
I think I was. I
anxiety
think
or
yes.
something?
What I was having was some form of panic attack or anxiety. But even though my heart was racing, I was calm. I was very calm. It's only until later when I was lying on the table and they put the things on me that I was replaying the accident again. But on the spot there, because there was so much adrenaline, and because of that, I mean, to date, it's still very, very traumatic for
when
me.
you got out of the car to evaluate what had happened, you said the car which was ahead of you looked a bit mangled.
Yeah, that car, I believe, I've forgotten what car it was. It was a saloon car as well, but the back had gone in.
What did the driver say to you?
No, he did. You see, so at that point, everybody realized that this was a pile-up. So it's not the fault of the one behind. Neither is it the fault of the one in front. But here's the interesting thing: the one who caused the accident, the first car, nobody hit his car. After he did that, he did that abrupt break. He left. So it is everybody after him. The 5 or 6 cars after him that were affected in the pile-up.
So
But
he created a freak accident and then
he went. He left cry. So it was up to us to manage. So funny, surprisingly, my car was the only car that didn't have that much damage. The rest badly damaged.
Even the one which was behind
The
you?
one behind me the front was mangled. Yeah.
Did you report it to the police?
No. So at that point, then it becomes an issue of whose responsibility is it to report. I believe that the people whose cars were badly mangled may have reported it to the police. But for me, I waited a bit, and this was around 9-10 a.m. So the traffic had cleared. So I waited a bit for my dad to come and pick me up and take me. I didn't think of police in that situation. I was just, at the time, my focus was just to go to the hospital because I was wondering what was wrong with me. It's like I felt like I've been dropped from I'm afraid of heights, so I felt like I've been dropped from a very high place, or I felt like someone was trying to shoot me, and then when the person shot, there was no bullet in the gun. You know that?
The feeling that, okay,
that's
you
how
know
I felt like
just going to die.
My heart. I felt like I was just about to die and then I'd been saved. And if it went on for about 2 hours before I was okay.
Wow.
So then it got me thinking that, and then the people who go through major accidents where the car flips and everything, how would they handle this? And just that little, the pile-up, that little impact of someone hitting me was very great. So I'm imagining cars that somersault and things.
What was the demeanor of your dad when he came to pick you? How did he take that?
They were I don't know how to put it, but you had seen that they had been scared with the call because I called them, but I was calm. But they were scared. They were scared. Even when we got to the hospital, it took the assurance of the doctor to calm everybody down. I remember as soon as my dad heard the call and he called me, he called my girlfriend, who is my wife now. He called her, and she lives in somewhere in Tema. She also left and came because everybody was, scared and everything. So she took time off work and left and came to see if everything is okay.
Playing back everything today, do you think things could have gone differently? What do you think you could have done to sort of avert the situation? Or you think it was just a freak accident?
I think it was a freak accident. There are some of those things that, you see, whenever you are driving, that's why it's good to pray before you leave your house. Whenever you are driving, accidents, sometimes you may cause an accident. Sometimes with somebody's carelessness, that will come into your path. I mean, besides this, I've hit somebody before. I've hit I've hit a child. Yes, before. Maybe I should add that.
Yes.
So besides this,
how did that happen?
Accidents on me. I've also had 2 accidents on other people. The first one was a boy of about I think it was about 6 or 7. And this was somewhere within the Star FM area. So this within Kanda, the inner roads. So I was just driving this, and this driving wasn't because it's inner roads, this very low speed, right? Driving through the neighborhood. And I saw 2 boys of around the same age, 6 and 7, walking. They're just walking randomly along the road. So I was driving. Before I could say jack, or before I could step on my brakes, one of the boys pushed the other boy into my way, into the road.
Pushed how? It's like they were playing.
So they live in the neighborhood. They were walking randomly, and then having a conversation. And then what do you call it? All of a sudden, he just pushed his friend into my lane. The car lane. So I hit him, and then I had to step on my brakes and stop the car. So I stopped the car, got out. I was like, why would he do that? So the boy was on the floor crying. When he fell, it was a tarred road. So he had hit, it wasn't his head, I think it was his knee or something. He had hit his knee onto the concrete and was holding it, clutching it in pain, and was crying and everything. But luckily, I've always been afraid of mob justice. You know that place close to Nima?
Yeah.
So I've always been afraid of. So that was the first thought that crossed my mind. But I didn't want to run away. I just stayed and made sure that the boy was okay. But luckily, the boy's people, his family and his mom and things, they were around when it happened. So they came and were rather shouting at the...
Oh, they saw everything.
They saw everything happen, shouting at the boy. And I think he had been told not to go out that day or something. So say we, that kind of thing. And then yelling at his friend that why would he do that and stuff like that. And they told me that, boss, will be to me, why? So I just gave them something small. And then I was on my way. But that was also very traumatic for me because, somebody in Kidi, like someone's child, and I had to, hit the person.
Is that to say that it was of minimal impact because you...
Yeah, it was of me, but even with... So it's like, it was at slow speed, but it hit him.
Yeah.
Once
he fell
it hit him, and
the trauma...
He fell, that falling that you fall for you are pushed for a few meters. That's how it was. He went. So it's like I hit him, he went for a few meters on the ground. He flew, let me put it that way. He flew for a few meters. Because I think the impact was more from him. Because his friend pushed him violently into the street. So he came into my car with speed and fell somewhere. So much so that's like I'm on a straight road. And when I got down from the car, I had to look on the side because that's how he fell. He came in the middle of the road, fell off to the side, and I stopped my car and went to check on him. So it was very as I was going, I was shaking. I was shaking as I was driving in the car and everything. And then the other one on Tema Hospital Road. This was on a Saturday morning. It was a traffic light. It had just turned green. So I just stepped on my accelerator to move. And Trotro meets trying to get passengers. He just appeared in front of my car because he was running to the other side to go and bring a passenger to his car. And then he hit the car. So I was moving. The car hit him and he fell and got up and continued to go.
Hey.
He got up and continued to go. So his was more to the right. The front of the car didn't hit him. It was the right side of the car.
Okay.
So when he hit my side mirror. My side mirror came off.
Oh.
Yeah, my side mirror came off, and then so I had to stop and also go and check. But he wasn't concerned. I'm sure later on he went to feel the pains in the house, but he wasn't concerned at that point. He was just focused on going to get his passenger.
Let me draw you back a bit with regards to the little boy. I'm wondering why you didn't offer to take him to the hospital or anything of
so I mean at the point his injuries looked like he's gone to play ball and then he scraped his knee. There was a deep cut on his, I think at the point I saw 2 injuries. So there were skid marks on his thigh.
Okay.
And then the deep cut was on his, I think his left
knee,
almost towards his knee and everything. It was a deep cut. But at the point I was asking there was a bit of commotion around and them yelling at the boy and stuff. So at a point I was asking the people that, oh, is there anything I can do in Faninko Hospital? And I said, then that's where the mom was like, it's okay, I can go. So we boss who baby konzi they call why. So I just gave them a small amount of money in case they needed to take him to the hospital and all that. And then I went on my way.
I see. But generally, what do you make of the spate of accidents and how that can be kept in the country?
Well, personally, I feel like I was going to say that the spate of accidents is heavily dependent on, the level of income generally. Like poorer countries will have more accidents, but that's not true. Because in America and in developed nations, accidents also happen. I think that to some extent, accidents are preventable. And so that is where the standard of living and cost of living issue comes in. For example, accidents on major roads in terms of highways can be prevented if there are better routes, right? And I feel like for a country where the standard of living is high and all of that, commercial vehicles that will be in a better state. So if I'm just thinking back to my church days when I was doing my service and everything, when I had to take church from Medina to Osu and from Osu to Medina, right? The characteristic of Osu churches, I feel like if you are not looking bad, they won't let you work in Osu, because all the churches there are beyond repair. You understand? I don't know if it's changed over time, but most of the churches there, that's characteristics of them. And I'm thinking for churches like that, when you have an accident, everybody will die. Because the seats, obviously there are no seat belts. The seats it's like they are old and they've been sprayed again. So some of the metal is still out. Even sitting in it, just a little impact can have some effect on you.
Okay.
And then now having an accident. So generally, before Uber came and all of that, I feel like the standard of vehicles we're using in this country were not the best.
But how about now?
But now,
what do you think is causing the plenty accidents we are witnessing? And how do you think we can stop that?
I think that first of all, it's important to note that you cannot have 100%, if it comes to road accidents, you can't have 100% situation where we've had a time when there are no accidents at all. I think the focus should be on minimizing it. So I believe that road safety campaigns, in terms of telling people not to speed, a lot of people like to go on what do you call it, jolly or joy rides, where, especially where I live, Central University is close to that point. So you have people on the Dawenya Road, and the motorway leads to the Dawenya Road. You have a lot of people speeding unnecessarily on roads like that. And it's not necessary. You see, sometimes younger people want to impress their friends and show that, yeah, their car is a machine and everything. And I feel like at the end of the day, if you have a car, but you cannot drive it because you are dead or the car is damaged, what's the point? You see, so I think that the road safety starts from me and you. Okay, the fact that you know that a car is just a means of transport from one point to the other. The whole fanfare about speed and everything is not necessary, right? If we begin to have that at the back of our minds from the beginning, like internally with ourselves, it's a good start to go with. But at the end of the day, you may believe in all of that and go onto the road and meet somebody who doesn't believe in any of those things, or somebody who is trying to, maybe he's a church driver, he's just trying to make sales. He's driving anyhow, he's trying to get into this lane and everything. Those are the people that need a lot of the education.
Okay.
See, the people who are not necessarily formal, the informal people, they need a lot of education because and we've seen a lot of adverts for a lot of trotro drivers. The focus is on he's going to pour like I'm going to pour them down and come back and pick some more. The human life, when they sit in the trotro, the human life becomes more of a commodity.
Okay.
So they don't take care. And I feel like maybe if the laws were stiffened to have stricter punishment on commercial drivers that cause accidents, maybe it could help, because right now they are, it's just reckless.
Okay, I would like to take a quick break here. You're still watching the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign with me, Lord Harrison Dosari. After the break, we'll get further details from David Dawoku. Please stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Ato Akins. Road accident is taking more lives than COVID-19. So be very careful on the road and stay safe. Do the right thing. Save a life.
Welcome back. This is still the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign series. My name is Lord Harrison Dosari, and we're speaking to a content creator, MC, and a lead creative, or a creative lead, David Dawoku. So you're telling us about how especially commercial drivers should be educated, but recent statistics have also shown that private drivers are usually guilty of causing accidents with their indiscipline. We normally have people either texting and driving or making wrongful overtaking and such. How do you think things like that should be addressed?
I think that from time to time, as human beings are happy when they cheat death. You get what I'm saying? Like you get a thrill when you cross the road and the car almost hits you and you made it to the other side. The car, you were safe. People get thrills from that. I think constant reminders that it's not worth, you are going to a place. Better leads. It's even a saying that better leads than never. Yeah. You see, people feel like they can make a wrongful overturning and they can get away with it, and until it's too late and they meet another vehicle. I think that people should be constantly reminded of the fact that it's not worth it. The road safety campaigns and marketing should be in your face. Wherever you get to, whatever traffic light you get to, there should be a reminder that speed kills, or ensure that you signal when you are driving. Don't take wrong turns. All these things should be.
So you think there's not much visibility? Because I think we pretty much have a lot of stickers and educational materials in people's faces everywhere, but we still have accidents occurring at a higher rate.
Yes, so for that point, you cannot blame all accidents on
lack of education.
On lack of education, or on, like I said from the beginning, a lot of the accidents, if we were to, I don't know the percentages, but different factors cause the accident. So you may have an accident being caused by the person who is driving the car. You may have an accident being caused by a commercial driver. You may have an accident being caused. It's not about the commercial driver, it's not about the car. It's about the road or some external factors, rain, low visibility. A lot of these things happen. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. So there won't be a moment where altogether, absolutely, there will be no accidents. But I feel like the focus should be on the parts we can control. Being a driver, commercial drivers around, and people not paying attention to certain safe ways to drive on the road. So I feel like as for education, there cannot be too much education. You understand? As much as we can put there is very important. Maybe we realize that we have to find relatable ways of getting this education out. So for example, a lot of people listen to certain shows during their drive time and stuff like that. There should be a conscious effort to put that education as well on the shows. Okay. You understand? Okay. So it should be people listen more when everything is in their face. Wherever they turn to, they see some warning or some caution here about driving safe and things of that nature. So I think that the education has been there, the education has been intensive, but a lot more would do. A lot more would do.
All right, Mr. Day, thanks a lot for your time here. What are your final words to our viewers as far as the road safety campaign is concerned?
I feel like generally, everybody lives for one important thing, which is self-preservation. Everything you do, I don't think anybody would willingly go and put themselves in harm's way. When you have life, you have hope, you have a means of income, you have a way to connect to people, you have opportunity to do things and be greater. You understand? When you take life away, all of those things have left. I even forgot to mention, when you have life, you have people. Nobody's an island, so people depend on you. So you need to live. You need to live. There are so many reasons for life, and so you don't want to cut that short by getting involved in an accident and losing your life. If you don't lose your life and you lose a limb, or you lose your sense of, something, maybe you go and hit your head against something and you can't think properly anymore. That's just your source of living going away. You become a vegetable and become dependent on other people. So I feel people should consider all of those things before you sit in your car to drive, or before you take some reckless decision in terms of driving. Think about how you are preserving your life for the people that depend on you and for yourself as well.
Okay, thank you so much. So that's all time will allow us on today's edition of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Now, you out there in the audience, what you can do to help this campaign is that when you see some potholed roads or some lights which are not functioning or some misdemeanor by drivers or any form of indiscipline, record it, send it to us on our social media platforms. On Facebook, it is GhanaWeb TV. On Twitter, is the GhanaWeb. Thank you for watching. My name is Lord Harisido.
Hello, my name once again is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on the tips about breast cancer, we are going to continue on risk factors. The last time we mentioned that there are two types of risk factors, modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Today we want to talk a bit more about the non-modifiable risk factors. Non-modifiable risk factors are risk factors we can do nothing about. Examples include a family history of cancer, starting your menses early, a late menopause, age greater than 40, and female sex. There's nothing you can do about these risk factors because that is just the way you are. However, it's important to note these because they put you at increased chance of getting breast cancer. It will surprise you to know that over 50% of women who develop breast cancer had only two risk factors. Those were age greater than 40 and female gender. Those are non-modifiable risk factors. So it is really important that all women above the age of 40 are screened for breast cancer. Thank you. Join us again next time for another episode on tips about breast cancer.
Would you love to have fruits for breakfast, bread and tea for breakfast, sandwich for breakfast, or would you rather have kenke for breakfast?
Hi guys, we are back again. Charlie, how are you doing? I miss you all. So, is Ghana expensive when it comes to food? In this video, we are going to be seeing cost of living in terms of food. I mean, for breakfast, lunch, dinner. So it's very easy to see bread sellers around early in the morning, and so yeah, I've met a very beautiful lady here.
and I'm buying bread, tea bread, and margarine. So the bread cost me 1 cedi, 50 pesos. So I'm coming to get Nescafe and Idol milk. Yeah, Nescafe and milk cost me 2 cedis, 50 pesos. Thank you. I'm making a YouTube video. Do you want to come? Do you want to come? Say hi.
Hello. Hi, my name is Esther Muriku and this place is Dynamo.
Yeah, so whenever you're in Jowulu, come here and come and shop for your goods. So it's very easy to find any local provision shop in your area. I mean, almost every area has a provision shop, and just close to my office is this shop. And so I chose to buy Nescafe. What did you spend on your breakfast today? What did you eat?
I drank oats with extra milk and 1 cedi bread.
You bought it or it's from home?
I bought it.
Okay, so I spent 4 cedis in all for breakfast, and you guys are going to have breakfast with me. So let's go. I mean, she spent less than 5 cedis, same as I did. So let's go and have breakfast. You're looking nice. What did you have for breakfast today?
My normal oats.
How much did you spend?
5 cedis.
5 cedis. So is this the usual amount you spend on breakfast?
Oh, yes. Not usual, but sometimes I spend more.
More than. What's the highest you spend on breakfast?
It shouldn't be more than 10 cedis.
10 cedis. Okay.
You can subscribe to my channel, Kunedi's World, on YouTube. Please subscribe to my channel. Thank you.
She also does YouTube, so do well to visit her channel, show her some love. She's doing amazing. So today is one of those mornings that you wake up and all you want is something very heavy like kinky. So my kinky is here. This is what I'm having for breakfast. And the fish is 6 cedis, the kinky is 2 cedis, that's 8 cedis. Usually when I eat kinky in the morning, it can last me the whole day because it's a heavy meal. So maybe the only meal I'll have later in the night is maybe dinner, which will be something very light like fruits or vegetables. So yeah, that's the update with today's meal. Yeah. So kinky is made with corn, and this is shito, locally called shito. It's black pepper, red pepper. This is tomatoes and green pepper, and this is also the green sauce only together with some onion. So this is how the kinky looks like. So this is kabo for breakfast. And you know, there are some days that you want to eat something bougie, something I mean a meal that you know you don't usually eat. It's once a while. So I went to my favorite restaurant. It's called the D Cafe, and I went to get myself sandwich together with some hot tea. And that is expensive for me because it cost me 49 Ghana cedis for breakfast, which is very expensive, but I think it's worth it. But once a while you just want to have that feel. I don't know if you understand. Are you like me? Once a while you feel like eating something bougie, you go for it? Let me know in the comment section. So I just got local meat pie, and one is 2 cedis, and so this is what I'm having for breakfast together with a beverage, maybe Lipton. So I'm getting one of these, which is Vita Milk Banana. Auntie, am I saying? It's 5 cedis. So this is also another expensive breakfast. So I'm going to have meat pie and something milky. So you see how I spent 2 cedis on meat pie for breakfast, just one meat pie. There are other places that meat pie is expensive, so it depends on your area and it depends on what you're also looking for. Some people think when food is cheap, it's not healthy, or it's not the best, or it's not of maybe it's not hygienic, you know. So it depends on you and what your stomach can take. If you try this and it doesn't go well for you, then you go for the expensive one, because there are meat pies that cost 30 Ghana cedis, which is very expensive for a day you don't have enough money. Today like this, I don't have money. A girl is broke. And so I already have planned what I'm going to eat in my head, which is fufu for lunch. And I don't usually do dinner, except for just fruits, because I'm checking my weight. And also, maybe sometimes when I get home and there's food like soup, if they prefer, me in my house, they eat banku almost every day. We eat banku every day. Like, one of the foods that you get in your house, in my house, is banku. So when I don't want to eat banku, maybe I'll just drink the soup or something, but I usually don't eat at night. So that's just for me. Are you enjoying the video so far? Let me know in the comment section which of the breakfast or the lunch or the dinner is your favorite. So let's go. So one thing about Accra is most every area has like a local joint. They sell like local foods. You can get things to buy like kenke, local foods, wache. But if you live in a residential area, a very bougie area, I'm sorry, you have to come to the local side of town. Good morning. Local side of town before you'll be able to get like local food for cheap prices. Most often in this bougie or residential area, you kind of have like kenke for very expensive. You can buy kenke for like 2 cedis, but you end up buying your fish for 30 Ghana cedis, which is very, very expensive for a local meal. So yeah, it depends on your area, but it's very common to find local joints to get something to eat in the morning. So this is my change, 11 cedis, and so I spent 9 cedis on lunch, and the usual amount of money I spend on lunch if I want to go local is about 10 cedis a day, and so spending 9 cedis means I get to save 1 cedi for another day. So yeah, that's the update on today's. This is my lunch. We satisfy this food in Jesus' name. Amen. You're invited. This is locally called gobe. It's beans, gari, plantain, and sausage. So I also bought pineapples after. See, I've not even finished eating, but I already have my dessert. It cost me 3 Ghana cedis for the pineapple, because of the pack and because of the packaging and the fruit is 3 cedis. Hi Kendicta. Hi. I can see you're enjoying your lunch. Yeah. How much do you usually spend on lunch?
I usually bring lunch from home,
so you don't spend?
No.
And how much does it cost to prepare a meal?
Well, it's homemade, so
like you prepare for the week?
Yeah.
So how much do you think you spend for the week in terms of preparing a meal? You can't tell. Yeah. It's relative.
Differs.
Okay, differs because of the meal.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, all right. But how much would you be willing to spend for lunch?
Maximum 10 cedis.
Okay.
But once it's from home, obviously, it'll be more than 10 cedis, the quality and everything, but it's worth it.
Okay. It's time for lunch, and I'm getting lunch just around my office. So it's about
5 minutes drive from my office, and it's one of also my favorites around. I mean, once I discovered food around, I like to stick to old things, so I'm going to get jollof and salad, which will cost me 12 Ghana cedis. Let's go. Happy belly. Global. Yeah, on Global. Oh, okay. So she's right close to Special Ice, and so come and buy your jollof. So I am currently at my favorite spot, which is called Accordion Quine, with my beautiful friend. Hey. So I got my fufu, tilapia and goat, which costs 24 cedis. Stella is also having what, chicken? Oh, what's your chicken and fish? How much is yours? 22. Okay. So I'm spending more than she is today. So you're all in. Made a new friend. So how much did you spend on your meal?
About 50 cedis.
50 cedis. Oh, then it means
okay, let's almost
70 cedis. Oh, okay. Is that how much you spend on a meal every day?
Depends on where you go.
Okay. So for, let's say for a local breakfast, lunch and dinner.
Local breakfast?
Yeah, like cocoa. You don't do breakfast. So you eat heavy.
I eat twice a day.
Oh wow, I feel you.
In the morning, I take 3 shots of adobo. So I'm not taking my breakfast.
Oh, this breakfast. All right. Thank you so much.
Then my dessert will be omutu.
Wow. Thank you so much. So this is what I'm having for dinner, and this is coconut, local coconut. This is 2 cedis 50 pesos. It's almost 6 p.m. here at the moment, so I know for sure that I'm sure by the time I'll get home with this coconut will do for me. It's a Friday night, so I'm just going to chill, relax, edit some videos for you, and so yeah, that's how my that's how my Friday is going to be like. So he just asked me if you should take the coconut inside. How do you guys call it? Is it called pulp? Let me know in the comment section if you know the inside of the coconut, the white parts, what's the English name is. So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. So guys, let me know in the comment section, how much do you spend on breakfast and lunch? In fact, how much do you spend in a day on food? So I can say on my average I spend about 25 cedis, which is about $4, and when I want to go when I want to spend more, I spend about $16. That's about 100 Ghana cedis. Let me know in the comment section, is food in Ghana expensive from the look of all the food I've documented? Let me know in your country, how expensive is food? Until next time on my next video, I love you all. Let me know in the comment section too if you want more of this, if you want an average cost of living in Ghana in general, that is from food, lifestyle, everything. Let me know in the comment section if you want that, and the next time I would bring that in my next video. Anyway, next week is my birthday. It's on the 16th of September, and so I'll be going live on YouTube. Catch you guys. Come and support your girl. Come and wish me happy birthday. And I'm sure, I mean, it's my birthday. I get to feel it. I get to experience a birthday with you, you know? So guys, until next time.
Farama means a waterlogged area.
Okay.
You know the place called Konkomba Market? That is where Fadama started. Our main food is stew. But now, you know, I don't know whether it's development. Our children are diverting. When they prepare to see them squeezing their face.
This crocodile, over 40-something years now.
Wow.
If you are a bad person or you have a
Bad spirit.
bad things, he will tell us. If somebody pass away, we are taking the person to the cemetery. Because of the traffic, that's why our people riding a motor. We don't want something like a taxi or something car to come and cross us.
So, do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years.
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
Bold, beautiful, talented, God-fearing are the words that best describe her. She's one of the few gospel musicians that have climbed several international stages and represented the country globally. She has proven herself from time to time again, and she's here on Talkatainment to get personal with us. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I am yours truly, Elsie Lama. We'll be back after this break. Welcome back to Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV, and as usual, this show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from jollof rice, smoothies, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 Ghana cedis. You get one small pizza, fries, chicken, one Coca-Cola at all their branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for only 40 cedis at all their branches. Be a part of their midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy one and get one free at all their branches. Also remember to start your weekend with their special jollof rice and fried rice combo from Cheesy Pizza. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And yes, the time has come, and we have here the multiple award-winning Mrs. Celestine Donko. You are welcome.
My pleasure. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we stormed her place today, her studio, and we want to have a conversation with her, chat. Yeah, so I know you rap.
Oh yeah.
Yes, so you can open the show by just giving us some, some freestyle, some rap freestyle. Mashada fa my rap freestyle.
Okay, me jima kumembo tunyumbo binti aseshe. Senior branete no nankenye. Nanso erade hu me mobo. Ode ya dumna dumme. Efe kwade we shira me mana ye too much. All for me. Even before I pray, it's done for me.
Come on.
Sometimes grab me misano, but he does for
me.
Ere mupanka and shira when you mean the seminar so favor of God do all for me.
Oh my God, I'm blown out. I'm totally blown. Wow. It's the rhyming for me, you know, like, oh my God.
Thank you.
Charlie, you have to switch.
I have to switch
because you can go like head to head with the guys. This is dope. This is dope.
Thank
this
you.
is dope. This
Thank
is dope. So we know you as Mrs. Celestine Donko.
Yeah.
We know you to be a singer, a powerful singer who has released back-to-back bangers for us. You have given us songs to worship with. You have given us songs to dance in church with. But there are other things we don't know about you, where you grew up, your upbringing, and all that. Can you give us something brief about your background?
Okay, the full name is Celestine Mausi. I used to be Akakpo, but now Donko because I'm married.
Yeah.
Come from the family of 15. And my dad is late. My mom is fully alive, 70 plus and kicking. I'm the seventh sibling of 15. Grew up in Accra, born in Accra. I speak like 4 Ghanaian languages. And I attended school at primary school in St. Augustine's, JHS, Dampoy JHS, SHS, and Senior Secondary School, and then the University of Ghana. Graduated with a bachelor's degree in information study and sociology. What else? I'm married. I have 3 beautiful girls.
So how is it like toggling between career, life, and then being a family woman?
Well, it's all things are working together. I'm actually family woman. I'm also an entrepreneur. I am fully into detergent production. And so it's just grace and making the maximum use of 24 hours every day. That's all.
Is that enough for you though? The 24 hours,
Trust
is
me,
enough?
it is not at all.
Because nowadays, with a blink of an eye, the
time is
gone.
I know, and it feels like sometimes it feels like I have to have a 2 version of me, so that one will be doing.
Charlie,
But
you should
it's
hire
all
a
good.
personal assistant though, like, you know.
But I do have a lot of helping hands around. My husband is the #1 of them. I have assistants at home who watch my back and stay with the kids, and my mom helps. So yes, everybody in the family helps one way or the other. So.
You made mention about the fact that you're the 7th born of 15 kids. How did that feel like?
It feels like a lot of work for my mom, you know. But you know, in those days, our parents, there was no family planning. They actually have children for fun. I don't know whether it's for recreation,
entertainment.
But it was good. She kept giving birth. You know, she should have stopped at the 7th, but you know, we thank God.
Mama is a strong woman.
She is
very strong woman. So, moving forward, so you have been able to collaborate with quite a number of secular artists, you know, particularly Akwaboy and Efia. Okay, it's just Akwaboy and Efia, right?
Yeah, basically. Let me say 3, Akwaboy, Efia, and Edem.
Oh, okay,
yes,
yeah, Edem.
Yeah.
But with the Akwaboy and Efia brought about some controversies, or, you know, the usual adding gospel artists, you're not supposed to sing, you know, that kind of thing. But did that in any way deter you? Are you still going to did you draw lessons from it and go like, okay, so this is it, I've learned my lessons, I'm not going in for any secular artists, or you have an intention to?
Oh yeah, I've learned my lessons. I mean, every experience of it I've added to the next thing I'm going to do, but then definitely it's not going to be a backing down. It has to be something bigger and better. Yeah. So you know, we there's a plan, there's a direction, there's a focus, and that is what I look at. And at a point in time, if there is a need to bring in a secular act to achieve what we want to achieve, we'll go for it. You know, what I did with the Efia and Akwaboy was a project. And the same with Edem. Edem's own was a tribute song for the late Kwabena Dumo. And then Efia and Akwaboy's own was also like an all-star kind of song, Thanksgiving song. So there was a need for it, and my team thought about it that it was necessary. So going forward, you see, in life we never say never. Yes, when there is a need for it, we'll definitely do.
But like when the criticisms were pouring in left, right, center, forward, what was running through your mind the whole time?
To be very, very honest with you, it revealed to me how much the gospel is not heard. The true gospel is not being preached. Because in the 21st century, if some of these things still come up, and it's not only in Ghana, it's like all over the world.
Yeah.
Recently there was an issue about Kenya West topping charts, and you know, and so it resonates the fact that the gospel is not being heard or is not being properly preached. Because this, I mean, there shouldn't be discrimination among human beings.
Yeah.
Everybody deserves a chance, to partake in the kingdom. And remember that Bible says we should go ye into the world. Now we are kind of creating a barrier rather. Trust me, this song I did with Efia gave me the opportunity and some kind of position. It made it easy for some of these secular guys to approach me. Yeah. And they wanted to share stuff with me. How they want to be in the church. How they actually want to join singing gospel music, but it's hard for them. Yes, those are the revelations that came out. And so it's sad that the gospel we are doing is actually about reaching out to these people. But on the other hand, we are creating a barrier to stop them. So for me, in the little corner where I am, I add my voice and do what I can do. But I pray that we'll all come to this understanding one day that look, it will shock us in the end.
Yeah, it will shock us definitely.
Shock us in the end.
Because I feel like we are just human beings, flesh and blood. In as much as we all have, like, you might be a Christian and all of that, it's God who sees the heart of man, and He truly knows who is what and who is not what.
And even most importantly, God owns all of us.
Yes.
God actually created us. He owns us. So we call ourselves children of God. It's just like a mother who has 15 children like mine. Some will definitely go wayward and some will be in. Does it mean that you will discard your wayward children? No, you won't. And under no circumstance should your siblings also discard you. Even we human beings, if you treat your sibling in a certain way because they are not believers, you yourself now, you can be queried about that. How much more God? And so let's just be careful and let's just do what we are supposed to do.
Speaking about gospel songs and this whole hypocrisy that has come in recent times, there's word out there, fine, they are doing it to secular artists, but in as much as that is happening, there are rumors and there are words out there that is even happening among the gospel fraternity itself. How true is that? Is the sidelining and the what have yous, the negativity that has engulfed lack of unity in the gospel fraternity itself? Is it the case that is what has transcended beyond it and it's affecting the secular acts, the relation between the secular acts?
Well, I won't categorically say yes or no. But the truth of the matter is such notions are, they are real. Yeah. And with every human groups or institutions, people are different in their own ways. They have those they want to click with, and they have those they easily run with, and they easily connect with. But it's all also based on your interpersonal relationship with other musicians. For example, let's say I don't know you at all. I've not met you. But all I know is you are a Ghanaian artist. How do I connect to you? How do I make sure I have a relationship with you? For me, it is, oh, even though I don't know you, I saw you are posting your flyer. I posted too. I saw you've posted a video. Of course, you posted because you wanted to be liked.
Yeah.
You wanted to be seen and heard. And so I give you that joy of being seen and heard by commenting and liking your post. So automatically, one kindness definitely returns
The
another.
other.
Yeah. So that is how I try to connect with even artists who are not close to me. But the reality is, it seems like there are cliques.
The energy is not the same.
Exactly. And there are people who bond better than others. But I wouldn't call it hatred. I think it's
it's human
lack
nature.
of I think it's just human nature. But there are ways that we can bridge those gaps, because in our world today, 21st century social media age, we need each other. No corner is small. No following is little. If you have 10 people following you and you post my song, those 10 people have seen it. They might never, they wouldn't have seen it on my page, but they saw it because you posted. That is how important it is for us to actually appreciate proper network and togetherness. It is for our own advantage. It's something that we just need to understand, that it will never help us if we are doing I like, I unlike, but rather connect us on the level of colleagues in the industry. That is what I run with. And so I try to avoid, this is my clique, this is the enemy of my friend, the friend of my enemy, those kind of things. They exist, but I don't run with them.
Are you still receiving the thank yous after performing at churches? Are you? But that's
sister, and easy. But by the grace of God, I mean, first fool is a fool. is not a fool, right? But the second fool is a big fool, and so when you experience unpleasant stuff like that, we come back, sit at the table with a team plan how to avoid it. And so we have been trying to avoid thank yous and meat pies and stuff like that.
Meat pie and cook.
Charlie, wow.
So like, I'm sure sitting back now and looking at all those times, have you ever thought and said to yourself, hey, like I've really wasted my time, pal, at a point in time, because
never, to be honest, no, not at all, because every little bit of the experience we have in life is important for our next level. That was what we used to be, that was how it used to be, but today the story is different. They are all very important experiences, contributing to the journey of where we are going.
You pull off very dope looks.
Oh, do I?
You have crazy, wild fashion sense. I've been watching you, most of your videos, you're dressing and all of that. Who is your plug? Share it so that Charlie, me too.
My what?
Your plug.
Like
your fashion plug.
To be honest, I'm a weird kind of person in my own world. I can do the same dress I took to church, like I can do it for months. At other times, I can just put on my,
You're just normal.
I think it's just a creative aspect of me, and that manifests in the way I dress. Yeah, I might do some fashion things in the future. You never know.
Wow, that's great.
Because I really do have it in me.
I know you're enjoying the show, but let me interrupt you a little bit and go for this quick breather. When we come back, we have so much more for you. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Stay tuned.
You are welcome to the Discovery segment on Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm with super talented violin player.
Yeah, Nana the violinist.
Nana the violinist.
Yeah. I didn't get access to a violin or anything until after senior high school, where I met somebody who was playing it. I was like, wow, it's not like you meet people and they have violinists written on their forehead. So I didn't know he actually played until we went to church one time. I saw him playing and I said, okay, then I also want to learn it because I've always wanted to learn since I was a kid, but I never had the opportunity. So he helped me get my first violin, but then he left the country afterwards and I didn't have anyone else to help me out. So I just stuck to the internet, YouTube, practice, and then we are here today. The excitement with being a female violinist, like when everyone sees you, they're like, oh wow, you play the violin. Yeah, so it actually brings joy into the lives of a lot of people because there are lots of common instruments out there. You have piano, guitar, so to have a lady play something that's not so common
in Ghana,
yes, it makes me really happy. Growing up as a kid, I liked singing a lot. I loved music, so the interest has always been there. Yeah.
Right. So what's your favorite thing about being a violinist?
Personally, I love pop music, but being a violinist, I've come to understand that you can't be a violinist or an instrumentalist per se and have a favorite genre of music. You have to be all around because I love pop, somebody doesn't love pop, someone loves reggae, someone loves classical, someone loves Afrobeats, anything. So I made myself an all-round person. Wherever the demand is, that is where I go. No matter how difficult it is, I try so hard to penetrate that market and make sure I get it right. Yeah. So the challenges I've encountered so far has to deal mainly with me having no knowledge in music. I have no knowledge in music. I had to learn everything from scratch. It's been a lot to take in. The violin, there's so many things you have to focus on, how the sound you're producing on the bow, your notes, everything. There's so many things, trying not to make a mistake and all that. Combining that with gaining knowledge in music separately, because you can't just pick the violin and start playing. At least you should have some little knowledge in music. My name is Nana the Violinist. On Instagram, I am Nana the Violinist. On Facebook, Nana the Violinist. And on Twitter is Nana_Ohui, OHUI. And via telephone number, in case of calls for events and stuff like that, you can reach me on 020-906-3302. 020-906-3302. Yeah.
And we are back. If you just joined us, this is Talk Attainment on GhanaWeb TV, and we are here having a nice time with Mrs. Celestine Donko. Don't forget, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza, your way. So
when are we going to when are we going to open this pizza?
We will munch in. Oh, you can start. You can start munching in.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a way we eat. There's a way we eat pizza. We can do it off camera.
You don't want to be caught and fresh.
Yeah, you know that thing.
Mrs. Donko, you have a new song out. Yeah. Only You.
Yeah.
Why Only You?
Only You is a testimony song. In fact, I mentioned Only You just once in the whole song. But I think it's the most appropriate title because every other thing in the song, the lyrics, the message points to only you. And the you here is just God. Only God. I was just blown away with some amazing things God has done in my life. And because you are in my studio today, let me just begin with how God blessed us with this studio. You know, before I used to rehearse at other studios, pay to rehearse. Sometimes we rehearse on credit. Yeah. And especially when I'm about to have Celestial Praise, we have a lot of rehearsals. We have like more than 20 times rehearsals before the event. And so at that time, it's pressure. So we credit the studio. And then we rehearse, you know, so that we pay later. But God has blessed my ministry with this beautiful studio, well equipped and all. This is just one of the amazing things God has done. And you know, sometimes when you compare yourselves to people, you would lose sight of what God is doing in your own life. You need to do comparison in life, but don't do it looking at people. Look at your past.
Yes.
Compare your past to today, and you'll be able to write down many amazing things that God has done. So we feel like we don't have testimonies because we keep comparing ourselves to other people external of us. But if we will be sincere to ourselves and look back, we would appreciate the mighty things that God has done. So this Only You song is everything of our life pointing to only God. If it hadn't been God, where would we be? So it's a testimony song that says it all for you. When you are thankful to God, you want to express your thanksgiving to God, just go on this Only You song and just express your thanksgiving, express your joy. It says it all.
On this, can you give us some few lines of that Only You?
Okay, so my favorite line is, I have a testimony, a testimony. I tell the world my story of what you have done. Akbenamau, akbenamau, akbe miadanamau. Yeah,
I see you adopt the Ewe language in each of your songs. Is that a style, or you just want to acknowledge the part of the country where you hail from?
It's not really that. It's the love for my language. Even though I'm 100% Ewe, I was born in Ghana. Half of me come from Togo and half of me come from Volta region. I was born in Ghana, schooled in Ghana, so I've actually lost the richness of getting a grip of my language. Yeah, so when I hear it, it excites me. Yes, so it's not like to make a way out there. No, it's just my love for the language.
Wow.
So some way, somehow, a piece must show up in my song.
Because the first the first time I heard your voice was on that was what gripped me. So that's the only part of the song I sing. Please help sing it for me.
Machonyemowo ananyemawu enya nusiwo hiana adenyefukpe Bewo katanda Yesu enye holo yela. Hey, you've learned the thing, pal. Hey, ananye mawe aenya nusiwo hiana adenye fukbe bewo katanda Yesu enye holo.
Oh, that song.
Yeah.
That's crazy, you know.
It was
crazy.
all over.
So in your previous when you were speaking earlier, you made mention about testimonies. Have you so far had any mind-blowing testimonies from people who have listened to your songs, and how have they affected your have they in any way encouraged you to do something more for your fans and stuff like that?
A lot of mind-blowing testimonies. Sometimes me myself, I wonder, I'm the one who sang the song. Why is my own testimony you're not this awesome? sometimes I hear really awesome testimonies. There was one really, really important one to me. It comes to mind easily because of how amazing it is. And there's this woman I met. She actually called me to come to her child naming because that child is a miracle child. She has had over 6 times. They call it V, that thing that they do artificial insemination. Yes, they call it VI something, and it's really expensive. You have to pay over $6,000 each time she did it. She did it for 6 times.
Wow.
Yes, and all failed. And then she actually connected to my song Agbebolo, and somehow God just showed up when she actually wanted to give up, because she was crossing her natural age of giving birth and she was getting consent, and the Lord just blessed her with a beautiful baby. And when she shared this testimony with me, when people say things like this, it looks very simple, but the things they went through behind the scenes, it's one of the most amazing testimonies. And it really encourages me. It keeps me like singing, and it keeps me writing, because the first point of the beginning of my music was started on a testimony that I heard. I recorded a song that I wasn't even paying attention to, and then somebody came to me, shared a testimony about that song, and told me how the song saved his life when he wanted to kill himself. And that was where I had the turning point to actually start my music career and take it seriously.
What song was that?
It wasn't even out that. It's it's an album that I don't even count today, because I've even lost all the songs, because I visited a studio. The studio guy was like, "Hey, you have a good talent. Come and let me record you." And he recorded me. I didn't pay anything. Everything came so easily. So, like, after the lunch, I dumped it somewhere, back to school, focusing on my life. And then somebody came to me and said, "Look, the song you launched, I bought the CD. I wanted to commit suicide, and I mixed rat poison, and I wanted to take it back. I felt like, let me play a song." And then I had that CD I bought from your lunch, so I played it. A song that says, "Yeah, wonyamia, oh yeah, Abraham nyami, oh yeah, Isaac nyami, no yeah, Jacob nyami, senya otiti timrino, odasu tisada." Onyamia obo owo twimpa enka wanwe drum wate enya wo boni bi no nyamia obo owo twimpa. So that enka wanwe drum wu enya wo boni bi is what kept this man alive. And he looked for me, told me, "Celestine, if you are not taking your music seriously, please do." That was where I had a turning point. I went back to look for the songs I dumped, and went back to look for the studio I wasn't going anymore. And I started praying that God direct, because if this song is saving just one person, it was so much, I was so much content with that. And so, as for testimonies related to my ministry, it is what fuels me. And the moment I feel like giving up, of course we are human, sometimes you want to give up. And at times when I want to give up, I remember the next life that I might be saving, and I may be connected to me. And then if I give up, that person, might also not get their blessing. So testimonies are very, very, very pivotal in my ministry.
Celestial Praise, what's the inspiration behind it?
It's to bring people together from all walks of life, and have, aside this celebrity fame life, I am like sincerely, truly, truly a ministry person. I like to, there are so many giftings in me that people don't know out there. I'm a serious prayer person. By the grace of God, I have prophetic gifts sometimes, and a serious worship gift, that when that unction that comes, so many things happen. And we experience it with our smaller team, like my BV team, my music team, and my team. When we meet together, we have fellowship, so many great things presence happen. So sometimes we want to extend it to the larger audience in a gathering like that. So that is what birth Celestial Praise. And by the grace of God, we've done it. It's been amazing over the years. And we are hoping to do this year.
How has the support been so far?
Awesome. It was really, really picking up, really, really going high. COVID came to slow things down a bit, but we are not giving up. So we're bouncing back. It's been really, really awesome.
Your detergents products that did the COVID inspire it?
No. I've been doing it for like 5 years before COVID. Yeah. It was I started, and then people who bought the product always like came back for more. And so I got inspired, I got motivated. I was in the process of doing FDA registrations and stuff to get it really out there. And then COVID came, and it was actually the products that COVID situation needed. So we did really good business in COVID time. Yeah, so it has been there. It has been there.
How was the feeling like when you heard Dinah Hamilton won the Artist of the Year?
Did you see me? I don't know why the camera didn't capture me, but like I was rooting for the lady, you know. So I was very, very excited. For me, you see this whole gospel industry thing, it's like one thing for me. If Dinah wins and she's gospel, it's a big win for the gospel. And trust me, we will ever say it in the history of Ghana gospel music. Jometo was the first gospel act to win the main artist of the year, and Dinah was the first female gospel act to win the artist of the year. And this pride is like, I don't know if me is my pride. Like, it really excites me to see this victory coming out of the gospel side. Do you know why I'm excited?
No, tell
because
me.
It means that the door is open.
Yeah.
And tomorrow it will be somebody else's turn. Tomorrow it will be my turn. They've opened the door. Is it when Jesus visits your neighbor? It means he's still in the neighborhood, you know. So you should be smart and tap your blessing. So I root for them. I support them. And if they made me feel very, very proud to be a gospel artist in
Do you
Ghana,
see yourself to be winning the next?
Everything is possible. Nobody saw Joe winning. Nobody saw Dinah winning. So nobody should see me winning because I'm about to win.
Of course. And there were criticisms, you know, that Kitty should have won. Dinah didn't deserve it and stuff like that. What was your take on that?
My take is simple. Every category and the artists nominated there qualify and are potential winners. So do your job well. If you win, somebody will definitely say you don't deserve it. But the truth of the matter, you qualify the nomination, you qualify for a win. That's all. It's simple as that. So I don't think Kiddy won and the board decided to give it to Dinah. No. She rallied team behind her. They voted and she won. So next time, let your vote do the talking for you. That's all, you know.
My last question. How does it feel being managed by your husband?
I think it's when I sincerely count my blessings, it's one of the biggest one amongst them all, to have my spouse, not just, you know, being a husband, but being my manager, being my financier, being my, like, he's the one person in my life who understands the things I carry in me. And because he knows what I carry, he pushes me, edges me, and he's my number one inspirer, number one motivator. And he is the greatest blessing I have in my life right now. The way he supports, the way he even sees things that I am not even thinking about. Like, he pushes me. For instance, he's pushing me currently to write a book. And you know, it's amazing when you have people who are close to you, pushing you and edging you to bring out everything you have in you.
Your second eye.
Yeah. And so he's a great blessing. I won't trade this for anything else.
Aww.
Look, and I've had many people discourage, like, they make it feel like it's odd to have your husband manage, but I wonder why.
But you know, of late, there has been the trend of people falling out with their husbands who have doubled as their managers. We sometimes get scared when you hear stuff like that.
1,000 will fall at our right, 10,000 on our left. Only with our eyes will we see, with our ears will we hear. It doesn't mean that necessarily we are going to follow the terrain. No, that is not my destiny. Yes, me a girl, you're training me. Even without Christ, we are trained to stay in marriage. Yeah. We don't jump in marriage and skip out just like that. It's not in our blood. Yes, we are cultured or we are raised to stay in marriage. So aside that, and then the principles of Christ attach, Charlie, God no go shame us.
Forget that forever.
God no go shame us. Yeah.
Okay. So give us your last words, your fans.
My last words to my fans. I really thank you all. I appreciate you for your love and your support. There is just one thing I want you all to do for me. Anytime you see I've released the song, please post the song for me. Share it. Because in our world today is really a very important way to support your favorite artist. So please share the song. Put it on your status. Share it to your WhatsApp groups. Let your people in your circle know that, hey, my favorite artist Celestine Donko has a new song out there. And that will be a great blessing and promotion to what we are doing. God bless you for always supporting and always loving.
Where can your fans get your new song to stream or download or
stream
anything?
On Boomplay, Audio Mac, Apple Music, Spotify, Deezer, Tidal, all your favorite, your preferred streaming platform. Just go there and make sure you look for Celestine Donko, Only You, and all my old songs. Just you get them there. Yeah. And YouTube,
social
don't
media
forget
handles.
YouTube, Celestial TV on YouTube. Instagram is Celestine Donko Music. And hey, I'm TikToking now. So yeah, TikTok with me. Celestine Donko Music on TikTok. I'm currently doing a duet. I want to sing with you. So yes, I've posted something that you can duet. Go on my page, check it out, and give me a duet. I'll post you back.
Hey, TikTok. Charlie, I'll go and find you on TikTok. Yeah. This has been a very great interview. I'm sure you sitting at home or watching us at the moment, you enjoyed and you had a good time with our conversation with Mrs. Celestine Donko. And of course, this show is probably brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof rice, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get one small size of pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all their branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with the special jollof rice and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches. Also call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And of course, they have asked us to present a coupon to the very beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
So you can visit any of their branches and place an order.
Thank you,
and
Cheesy Pizza. Thank you so much. Can we go now?
Yes, we can go.
Come on.
Hello, my name once again is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on the tips about breast cancer, we are going to continue on risk factors. The last time we mentioned that there are two types of risk factors, modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Today, we want to talk a bit more about the non-modifiable risk factors. Non-modifiable risk factors are risk factors you can do nothing about. Examples include a family history of cancer, starting your menses early, a late menopause, age greater than 40, and female sex. There's nothing you can do about these risk factors because that is just the way you are. However, it's important to note these because they put you at increased chance of getting breast cancer. It will surprise you to know that over 50% of women who develop breast cancer had only two risk factors. Those were age greater than 40 and female gender. Those are non-modifiable risk factors. So it is really important that all women above the age of 40 are screened for breast cancer. Thank you. Join us again next time for another episode on tips about breast cancer.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
thank you, and your favorite mobile money, tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Hello and welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Ernestina Sewa Asante. As usual, on BizTech we serve you some stories that made headlines in the week and an interview a member of the business desk had with an expert. So this week, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo granted the approval for zero pricing, stabilization and recovery levy to mitigate the impact on increasing fuel prices on consumers. So my colleague Mauli Aholumega had a discussion with petroleum expert Duncan Amwa, and here is the full report.
The National Petroleum Authority recently announced it had been granted approval to remove fuel levies for 2 months. The levies, which are the price stabilization and recovery levy for petrol, diesel and LPG, is expected to cushion consumers for the period as prices of these products have been surging in recent months. To unpack the development, I'll be engaging a petroleum expert on the decision and its impact on consumers. Before I introduce my guest, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. This is BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mauli Aholumega. Welcome back from that break. My guest on this week's edition of BizTech is Duncan Amwa, and he's the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers Ghana. Duncan, welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah.
I pray you good too.
Yeah, I'm doing very well. Many thanks for the time. Yeah, so I just want to pick your initial thoughts on the recent removal of fuel levies.
We've described the removal of the 14-16 pesos price stabilization and recovery levy, one as a good gesture, but again, it is not adequate. It is not enough. It's not something that could bring the kind of relief that Ghanaians are clamoring for. We have, in the meantime, put a memo together for the Finance Ministry to look at a more sustainable way of cushioning Ghanaians in the face of rising costs of fuel at the pumps, and for that matter, international market prices hitting all of us. And so the gesture, in principle, very good. However, impact or the intended outcome or effect, you are probably going to get zero or even negative impact, because in the next 2, 3, 4 days, the pump prices are likely to surge by at least 30 pesos. Once that happens, you would consume the 14 pesos and the 16 pesos that you throw in there. So technically, we'll be back to the same squares or even a worse place. And so we think that a more sustainable thing will be to manage the myriad of taxes on the price build-up. Anything other than this will simply be window dressing the issue and going out to tell Ghanaians that we've reduced fuel prices. I'm already getting calls asking whether the transport operators should not reduce fares. I can assure you, they've taken more of a hit than 14 pesos can recover for. Just between January and October, Ghanaian pump prices have gone up by as much as 1 cedi 80 pesos. Already people are asking transport operators, based on the announced intended 14 peso reduction, between January and October, pump prices have moved from 4 cedi 67 to current 6 cedi 52. That's about 1 cedi 85 pesos difference. So when you are dealing with 1 cedi 85, with the possibility of it going further 30, such that it will cross 2 cedis, and then you get a 14 peso reduction, then people start looking at transport operators. We rather owe them. And so I don't get surprised hearing from their unions that they are even pushing for increases. The reduction levels we are seeing, it's, like I said, gesture is good, but as to whether it will have the kind of impact you want it to have on the Ghanaian economic situation, it wouldn't. It's woeful.
Yeah. Speaking of impact, I understand Parliament has to come back into the House, sit down before this implementation and removal of the implementation can take place. What are your thoughts on that?
You see, that is law, and it needs to be done. The other part we don't agree with. If you're taking it to Parliament for Parliament to scale down, why would you do for 2 months? If you go through all that process of Parliament scaling down on a tax, and then you say in 2 months you are restoring it, you are better off probably not even doing it at all. However, the more sustainable thing we would want to see Parliament do is to scrap the compendium of taxes that we've saddled the price build-up, one of which I have here, with. You have as many as 13 different tax items, and you wonder if at the time that government is making additional revenue from our crude exports, it wouldn't be a more prudent thing to ease down these taxes, because you inputted these taxes simply for revenue. A lot of them. Government needs money. If you look at the road fund, we need money for roads. Energy debt recovery, we need money to pay off the energy sector debts. Stabilization and recovery, which you are removing. Special petroleum tax, which is a VAT on the price build-up. Primary distribution for bust. Bust margin also comes. Fuel marking margin. You see, there's quite a lot that if we scrutinized properly and went down on some, even if for temporal, periods, we should be able to at least give relief to Ghanaians at this point. And I say this with a revenue debate in mind. We talk of government having a need for revenue. What we're forgetting now is that because we are an oil producing and exporting country, the moment crude moves from $50 to $60, the $10 variation is a gain for Ghana because we are also exporting. Now crude has moved from 50 to 60 to 70 to 80 to above 80, approaching 90. The $20-30 gain is revenue that government is receiving or recording. Just 2-3 weeks ago, the BOG Finance Ministry were out there saying they've made a windfall of $89 million. In cedi equivalent, that's in excess of 500 million Ghana cedis. So if you took out some of these taxes, we should fetch you sometimes 200-300 million for the same period. The government has still made a gain, even on a bad situation where international market prices are inching up by the day. So those who argue that is for revenue and we can't do anything about it, it is that they are just not informed. If it is for revenue purposes, government is raking in excess of $89 million for a quarter due to the same price increments on the international market. Shouldn't you be magnanimous to use 100 or 200 million for these taxes that is also choking the pump prices? We think somebody has to manage the prices. Just throwing in stabilization and recovery of 14 pesos will not do the trick.
Thank you very much, Duncan. So touching on global demand, right now at the moment we are having there's a lot of disruptions on the oil market, and there are also inflation risks as well. What's the SCOPEX take on that, and what do you think we should be doing to mitigate this?
As a country, you have nothing that you can reasonably do to influence global fuel prices. Yeah, a very small market. If you're talking of economies like India, China, the US, Europe, and you put Ghana's, contribution to the global basket, you are almost insignificant. So what you do as a price taker is to ensure you manage the effect on the other side. Like I said, if crude was to go to $100, government of Ghana is a gainer because you're also exporting. If it was at $30 and it moves to $50, there's a $20 gain that government of Ghana will receive for our share of oil and oil entitlements. So it is not always negative that prices are going up on the international market. However, because we refuse to manage the impact on our local market, it turns out to be negative to the economy. Whilst government is raking in excess money, they will still want to collect all the taxes that they enforced even when they were making lower than projected.
So I've been speaking with Duncan Amwa, and he's the Executive Secretary of the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers, and we've been unpacking the recent decision by government to remove the price stabilization and recovery levy for the next 2 months. I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
Welcome back from our break. I've been speaking with Duncan Amwa, and he's the Executive Secretary of the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers, and we've been unpacking the recent decision by government to remove the price stabilization and recovery levy for 2 months. Duncan, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so next I want us to come to the LPG. I understand the LPG gas, it's going to be increased. What's your take on that?
You see, when I say we don't have a strategy as a country, these are some of the fall-offs. So for petrol, diesel, because your refinery is not working, basically you are importing almost everything. For gas, Atwabo, your processor, is putting out enough that could suffice for the local market. Yet Atwabo's prices sometimes, if not higher than the imported, is at neck to neck with the imported. So anytime the imported price goes up, Atwabo will also have to go up. No problem. LNG elsewhere comes so cheap simply because before you actually get to your oil well, oil production, gas is one of the first things you come across. In the past, we have had to flare, as in let it evaporate into the atmosphere for free. At this point that prices of crude and its allied or associated products is rising, is there a way we can localize what we have here? Every of the oil fields would give you some amount of gas. How much of it are we trapping as a country? How much of it are we processing for local use? We just sit, get caught ball watching, and throw our hands in despair. We do think that the taxes on LPG would also have to go at this point, especially since we are also increasing the cost, as in the cost of processing gas. We would need to do away with some of the taxes. We've held gas prices so neck to neck with other petroleum products, such that it is not attractive even for the poor man to want to switch from charcoal to gas. If we have a strategy that wants all of us in this country to use cleaner energy, I'm sure LPG should be one of the least expensive commodities. Unfortunately, it's become even more expensive. A kilogram now is 7 cedis and beyond. Petrol is hovering 652 for a liter. So the unit cost, LPG, is becoming a problem. The earlier we get a strategy for these things, you cannot have a clean society, a clean country, when a majority of people are still using firewood, charcoal, and all those things. And yet we complain we are dirty. Some of these taxes that we've packed onto gas prices makes it a disincentive for people to switch from their traditional charcoal to LPG. So we are begging of authorities, the same way stabilization and others should go off petrol and LPG, they should look at the taxes on LPG and make it pocket friendly so that people can switch. At a current penetration of 22-25%, it means that for every 100 people, 75 of them still rely on charcoal and other alternate sources of fuel. It's not good enough. It is just not good enough. And I always say we are failing to get our strategy right as a country. It's all about money, revenue, money. Now, government wants money, revenue for its developmental projects. But what we forget is that the people also need the revenue, at least to survive and to improve their livelihoods. If the people don't exist, a government won't exist. So when you squeeze everything out of them, you leave them dry, you are only grounding your economy invariably, because the little bits that they could have plowed back to invest or reinvest, you're taking everything, and the people are worse off. And you want the economy to progress. It won't. So sometimes we talk about economic indicators, GDP, inflation, all of that. It doesn't reflect in the people's pockets simply because the cost of fuel in this country is way too high than average wages or incomes that people are paid.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Duncan. So, Duncan, finally, I want to touch on a state-owned institution, BOST. It was recently reported that there was some form of adulterated fuel incident occurring there, and also the Tema Oil Refinery as well, almost a similar incident involving theft. What are your thoughts on that?
You see, we need to fix these institutions. It's good they come out now to report some of these shady dealings. But trust me, there's a lot deeper problem with those two institutions that need fixing, institutional problems. Take a look at BOST. MD has done a good job exposing a certain cartel that is adulterating product. But at the base of this is another cartel who charges these drivers monies to load. So before you get a load, the drivers will tell you, the car owners will tell you, it's presumed that they have to pay money 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 per load. If you don't stop that practice, the operator or the driver or the car owner will now be forced to also add other chemicals to boost volume so that they can also get some to recover the monies that you've charged them. Again, in the past, you've had managing directors who would simply play to our blind side, adulterate the product or insist the product is adulterated so they could downgrade and sell to their cronies, and make money. So there's all kinds of criminal enterprises that fester within these institutions. Yet you have the BNI, you have the NIB, we call them, Police CID, IOCO. If you put your ears to the ground, just a teeny weeny bit, you would hear so many stories, especially from those from whom those monies are collected. They talk sometimes, yet nothing is done. In the end, we'll go for some poor driver, let me repeat, poor driver, who probably was just to move the product from one point to the other. The NPA is charging Ghanaians for a tracking device. The initial tracking device for NPA, which they used to call the NPA tracker, could tell you where the truck is, the product contained in the truck, the volume, the height, volume. You could tell. Then we substituted that good tracking device with what we call telematics. Telematics only tells you the positional, whatever, of the vehicle. It gives you where the vehicle is, where it moved from, but you can't tell what is in there. So yes, you can tell that it's in Tema, it's moved to Akosombo, or it stopped here, it didn't stop here. What was put into the chambers, you can't tell. So whilst there's a good solution, we go around the solution and create a problem so that people can benefit. And then we come back to complain. The drivers, they may be innocent, they may be guilty, but if they want to probe and ask questions around, that whole fictitious criminal enterprise, you'll be able to round up people. Some will be officials of these entities, some will be outsiders. So there's a bigger problem. We're just being told, oh, we've arrested drivers and they adulterated. Yet you are charging all of us. Every Ghanaian is paying for tracking, 3 pesos. Yet you cannot tell us at what point the products were adulterated, what was added. Then the tracking device is useless completely. If it is just to tell the position of those cars, I just want to know where my car is and not what it's being used for, then I don't even need it. The car owner should have placed trackers so that they can tell where their vehicles are. But once it's MPA sanctioned, we are interested in the content of the trucks, not the positions of the truck. What goes into the truck, what you loaded with, is it 80k? Was it discharged? I mean, has something been done to it? You should be able to tell from the offices of the NPA and even the operators. Unfortunately, we are silent on that. We are only reporting some drivers, some have run away. Why won't they run away when they were only asked to bring product from one point to the other? A criminal enterprise exists. And if the NIB, the CID, the IOCO dug just slightly deeper, if they just went around asking questions, they will get certain answers that will point them to where to solve the problem from.
All right. Duncan, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll be speaking with Duncan Amwa, and he's the Executive Secretary of the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers, and he's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech, and we've been unpacking the oil and gas sector and how pricing will impact on consumers. He's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mali Aholumeka. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, Maulia Holumega, for that eye-opening report. Up next is Biz Headlines. To our very first story, the Bank of Ghana has described World Remit as a fraudulent scheme. The central bank furthered that the money doubling scheme does not reward investors as promised and has also not been given the license to operate in Ghana. In a press statement cited by GhanaWeb, it said, Bank of Ghana has identified a money doubling scheme operating in Ghana under the name World Remit. This fraudulent scheme is distinct from the globally renowned fintech World Remit, which is in the business of international fund transfers. This scheme encourages customers to select preferred packages, following which a code is generated by the fraudsters with which they obtain the WhatsApp accounts of their victims for their own purposes. Bank of Ghana states that it has not licensed any entities or individuals engaged in money doubling. The central bank cautioned the public to not participate in this illegal activity to protect their monies. The central bank stressed that individuals and entities that participate in World Remit do so at their own peril. Still on Bank of Ghana, the central bank has cautioned the public against engaging in fraudulent promotion regarding its 64th anniversary celebration. A statement issued by the central bank and cited by GhanaWeb said its attention had been drawn to reports of the promotion which was circulating on various social media platforms. The bank is not running a 64th anniversary promotion of any kind. The general public is advised not to subscribe to this fraudulent activity, inviting the public to select the link shared through social media, which is intended to lure users to participate in this promotion. The Bank of Ghana further advised the public to take note and to desist from participating in such fraudulent promotions in the name of the central bank. It said any individual or entity that participates in such or similar scheme does so at their own peril. Now on to fuel prices. The prices of petroleum products are expected to witness an upward adjustment by at least 7% at various pumps from October 16th. This comes after media reports indicated that fuel prices would from Friday, October 15th, be revised, but a spokesperson for the oil marketing company said the fuel prices revision is expected to take place at the start of the next pricing window. Kweku Ajimandria, in an interaction with the media, said, "We are just ending the current price window on 15th October and starts on 16th of October. To confirm this move, Mohammed Abdul Kudus, communications manager at the National Petroleum Authority, said, "We at the NPA are looking at the next pricing window, that is from 16th October this Saturday." Meanwhile, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo on Monday, October 11th, granted approval to zero the price stabilization and recovery levies on petrol, diesel, and LPG for a period of 2 months. The move is expected to cushion consumers from the increasing hikes in prices of petroleum products. For a fourth consecutive month, Consumer inflation in the month of September 2021 rose to 10.6%, exceeding the central bank's medium-term target of 8 to 10%. The increase, although anticipated by the market, is the highest in the last 14 months of COVID-19 since August 2020, when the indicator stood at 11.5%. Data released by the Ghana Statistical Service shows that after inflation had slowed down to 7.5% in May 2021 from 10.3% in February 2021, the indicator had persistently risen to its current level, largely on the back of increasing non-food inflation. To our last story, the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo-led government has revealed its intention to once again submit to Parliament a restructured agreement with regards to the Ejapa royalties transaction. The deal earlier hit a snag after it was approved by Parliament, but was withdrawn following concerns raised by a number of civil society organizations and a section of the public over the transparency of the agreement. But Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta recently disclosed that the Attorney General had already reviewed a restructured deal and repackaged it to ensure the country benefits from the deal. He said the Attorney General has looked at it, and we have had a few stakeholder meetings, and I think the new board should be energized to review that and then go through the parliamentary process. That's all for today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb, on YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. Do well to log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.